Right, guys, I think we've got people running late, and we've got about a bunch of people online as well. So rather than keep everyone all day, we'll sort of get on with the day, and as people join us, they can join us. And the live streamers, we welcome you as well. As you know, within our network, we've got close to 50 agents now throughout the country, and so we always want to put these events on because I suppose our whole model is built around being online. Basically, a lot of people join us online too for the live stream. So we welcome everyone, and we really appreciate people maybe come here today. Especially for Queensland, are stuck on bad flights this morning. But we've got Simon all the way from Northern Territory. We've got our guys from Victoria, James and Kate. We've got like Ronnie coming down from Port Douglas. We've got Aaron here from the Wet Sundays. He's just getting a coffee, that's fine. So look, we've got really, it's just a great diverse group. It's great to see people made the effort, and I'm glad it is, because it's also nice to have people here in real time as well and get that atmosphere going as well. Today we've got some great speakers, and we've got a lot of good things within our group, and I really think our offering is second to none, and now with what we offer, and we'll go through all that today, especially with our suppliers as well. Just go briefly, yes, we go to the next slide, please. So today with our suppliers, what we're going to do is we've got quite a bit of stuff to cover. Obviously now we've got REA here today. I love REA. I'm a big supporter. I know everyone sometimes whatever, but it's 75% of the market. So you embrace it and you build with them, and they've got some great tools. And our team today from REA are here, and they're going to do an amazing job and tell us what's happening there. And we've got REA Pro, which I just think is a fantastic product, probably the best on the market. And I know none of us are using it to the capacity. So hopefully after today, we'll all be experts at it, and we'll get going. And we'll talk a few more things as well. We've got Property Me here, which now the new CRM. We're talking with CRMs. Trevor's going to talk us through that, the websites, what we're doing with the websites and the new CRM. Nick will be here later on today. I'll go into more detail about that later on. And our keynote today, I know he's a bit worried about calling that, but he's really a great friend and really amazing guy, is Sanjeev Pavari from Real Estate Solutions. And he'll be taking us through running a profitable business, taking us someone through the AML, but a brilliant mind. I've known him for a long time. He's been a big part, support our growth and what we've done, and honestly, the best in the business, in my opinion. But we'll see how we go. Maybe a little bit biased on that, but you know, I'll... Okay, before we begin, we've got our live stream. If you've got any questions on the live stream, just put it in chat, I believe, and we'll pick up your questions. Jazz will pick them. She's behind the scenes down there doing the screens today, so she'll get the questions and we can get it to you after that. Taking breaks throughout the day. We've got plenty of food up the back there and drink. We've got lunch coming, so please help yourself. Like I say, eat. Get fat today. That's what we want you to do. Enjoy yourselves. If you're going to the bathroom, I know it's always congested. So out here, to your left, stay on the same floor, just wait to the end. On your left, there's a code at the door there. C means clear, so C for clear. It's 50LW, and then you turn it that way. It's counterintuitive, I know. It's weird, but hey, it stops everyone coming up from the streets and using our bathroom. So that's the way it is. The code's right there at the door on your way out. Take that. It's for both the women's and the men's. Same code, and just put it on there and go through. And that's our bathroom there. I want to start the day by just introducing you to probably a lot of people you work with in general. We talked about maybe putting them on live. The girl said, no, can we just talk about it? And we won't come out here. But I think they do an amazing job. So first of all, of course, in charge of all our property management here and looking after the states indirectly, as Yasmin in the corner down here, very quiet. And congratulations to Yaz with another bubs on the way. And well, I don't know what we're going to do without her when she goes, but she said she's going to take a week off and come straight back. It's fantastic. So it's really good. Of course, in the background, I think all of us know these ladies here. I just think they do an amazing job. We've got Leah, Anne and Mel who do the front side of it. So when you're ordering your agency agreements and that side of thing, they take it on from the beginning. And then at the end there, the money side of things, when they say, yep, it's ready to pay, these ladies take us through from contract. Maish and Maeve don't say anything about them to each other because they're sisters, all right? So be very careful there. But no, they do a great job as well. And really, I suppose I've been lucky throughout my career. I've worked at a lot of big corporate offices. I worked for McGrath for 100 years, and I worked hardcore, so I worked a lot of big, and I've got to say, throughout some busy offices, I remember in the heyday of McGrath down the Edgecliff, we had 80 agents downstairs in that office, and it was humming, and you had to be pretty good to be an admin person there, because you can imagine that, and I reckon these girls are right up there, if not better, and the only difference is they're not sitting in the office right here, so so I even forget about that sometimes. I honestly still think Leah's sort of just here when I'm talking to her. It's just, so hopefully everyone feels the same way. I just think they do a great job, and I'd like to thank them and thank Yaz for their work and continued support, and I'd like to thank you guys as well. A year in sort of in a capsule for you. Had a record year last year, great results out. We've got a great commercial team sitting up in Brisbane, 3 guys. We've got Paul and Josh sitting in Brisbane, and we've got Jack a little bit lower down in that Gold Coast area there, and they put some amazing deals. I don't know if you know the industrial side of things in Queensland at the moment, through the roof. Just obviously with the growth up there, the need for warehousing for office units is just boom. And they're really at the forefront of it. Had a great year, along with a lot of the other agents we've had as well. That's really good. As we mentioned here before, Simon, welcome. Last year opened Darwin in the Northern Territory, and I've got to say Simon's done a great job from day one. He's really built it well, a good strong business, and he continues to grow. Expansion's been throughout the year. Obviously within Queensland, we've had Aaron join us in Whitsundays, like I said before. We've had, and a lot of other brands too, like you notice here today, Josh and Ian with their Pepper real estate. We've got Todd with O'Brien. We've got the guys, young boys up in Springfield Lakes up there, their Max Real Estate, couldn't come through that. We've got a lot of different brands out there representing Agency HQ now, so sometimes you might know they're brothers and sisters, but they are. They're all part of the one group, and we've got the same offering now, and we love it. We love the fact that you've got your name and branding yourself and building with our platform, and we hope you tell all your friends about it as well. And that's just, we've got more this year. We've got a lot more coming on already this year. There's about another 3 or 4 people who couldn't make it today. We've got some guys in Sydney joining us, so big operators in Sydney. A young lady down in Victoria that James is really excited about coming on board. So we've got a few more that we've got joining the group already. They're signed up and not officially announced yet as we continue to grow and build in the network. Obviously, we want to grow, guys, but we want to grow with the right people, and we want to grow. Hey, everyone always dreams about, hey, we want to be the biggest and the best. What we want to be is the best first, and then grow with that. And that happened with us the other night, obviously, with the award. We'll go through that in a minute too, but we want to grow with the right people. We're right now, I can talk to everyone. I can try and get there and have a chat and do that. I want to try and continue that as we build and grow, because I think that's important as a network, that we have that personal touch. I think if we lose that in a corporate sense, as you know, as we grew at McGrath, as much as you try and keep in touch with people, the layers and the layers set in, and we sort of lost it a little bit. So hopefully we will continue to build and have that personal touch. Obviously, for us, we've got to get to a scale. We've got to be 100 agents plus, and that's our sort of first milestone before we keep on growing. And we hope that we'll get there pretty soon as well. Okay, so this is where we are at the moment. If you're looking through there, that's pretty good for a small group. It started about 5 years ago. We've got the Northern Territory, maybe on the wrong side there, but that's okay. Then we start all the way up far north Queensland, come all the way down. We've got Annie in the Sunshine Coast, who's normally always with us. She's had some heart problems this year, so hopefully joining us on the live stream. Coming down through to Brisbane, down to the Gold Coast. Then as we come further down, Newcastle, we've got Donna joining us today. And also in Wingham, Peter Sayers. I don't know if you all know Pete. He's a really nice guy and one of our best agents, actually, just very quiet. If you know Wingham, it's like a one horse town, as they say. It's just outside of Taree. And I think Pete's already got about 50% market share at the moment. They love him there. He's done a great job. Coming down, of course, into Sydney with our guys here, and Todd and Josh and Ian and the team there. We've got some guys joining us, say, Inner West further as well, and we're growing the Sydney CBD a bit more this year as well. And then, of course, in Victoria, headed up by James down there and his team. We've got the boys down there as well, and Danny joining as well coming through. And of course, we've got one office in WA, my favourite, Leah Quince, who lives in Kalgoorlie. I don't know if you know Kalgoorlie. Those who watch Australian Miners, Kalgoorlie's the big gold town. So it's right there, dead smack in the middle of the desert, and you've got to be tough to live there and do real estate there and rent and run a rental roll of about 50 properties with 50 miners in them. That's when you know you're in property management. So she's doing a good job. We do talk to WA, but unfortunately, hey. As we go through, why we're there, of course, and going through, and I know we'll take some more of this later on, but really, our brand, and really it's your choice of what you want to do. As we said before, our brand, co-brand, or build your own brand. We're hopefully tailoring to your needs as you come aboard. As I talk to different people, they've got different ideas of what they want structure-wise, whatever, and we're trying to build on that now. We're trying to build into an office model because what we're seeing is franchises failing, and not so much because they're failing. It's just the model itself is a tough model now for franchises. They're not building it out like they were. You come along, really, what do you get? In this day and age, training, we can all go and get great trainers. If you look at models in general, you get some branding. Some are good, sometimes not so good. And we'll talk about that too, because I always feel that it's a two-edged sword. People say, oh, but with these big brands, how do we compete? Well, on the other side of it, they can also get some bad names pretty quickly as well. So we'll go through that. Overall, though, I think our model with the reduced overheads is the way to go, and that's the way all models have got to go, guys. If you look at this day and age and what's happening out there in the marketplace at the moment, you've got to save on costs. And Sanjeev can tell you better than me. He's been running businesses behind the scenes for 20 odd years. There's many a great business who looks great at the top end, but when they go home overnight, they're eating peanut butter sandwiches. So, and I can guarantee you, because it's tough, and costs and everything else is not what you build, it's what you take home, right? And that's most important, and hopefully that's why we're all here today as well. Okay. Again, just about talking here today about what we're getting for our money. I won't go through all that one there. We'll do that later on. We'll do some planning. This is the one I wanted to bring up today. Hey, we're very proud of this one here. Last Thursday night, we won the Boutique Network of the Year at the REB Awards. Very excited about that. And it's not easy to win, guys. Let me tell you, I've been going quite a few years. And this year, I finally said, I actually went against everything I say, don't never quit, never give up. And this year, I said, I'm not going to go this year. And of course, we won. Luckily, Nick was there, picked up the award and gave a nice speech for us. It is big. I'll tell you why it's big. A lot of times people say to me, hey, what's our difference? I come up against these networks or that network. And the reason we go ahead and enter these things and push for it is because it is important for you more than me to go out there and they go, who are you? Well, let me tell you, Mr. and Mrs. Vendor, our group just won the Boutique Network of the Year. We're an Australian-based awards where all the nationals, everyone joins from all over the country, and our network was chosen as the best boutique brand in Australia. That's the sort of stuff you can use at presentations and build in there to when you're going out there and getting listings. That's the sort of thing that you should be proud of as a group, because you all make that, so we're proud of you, but use that too to your advantage. And that's why we're here today. This is why we go through these things. And you know what? It does mean something. It does, because we're up some really good competition. I know the Sydney people here know, like the Richard Matthews group, who have done a great job throughout the inner west here, and have built offices and got a lot of agents who are up against them. We're up against good groups like that, and we won. So very proud of that, and you should be proud of that as well, and use that to your advantage. So, with that being said, that's my spiel to open you today. Like I said earlier, we're very, very lucky to have the REA, and I believe the best presenter in the world for Pro here today. That's why that was spooked from head office anyway. So we've got to get you all set up with your laptop, okay? If you can. Then I'll give you this one here as well. Yes. Look at that. Pro. Love it. Now, just need to go as close as you can to the top of your collar.
I mean, I can probably talk loud enough.
Oh, no, it's for the live stream.
Oh,
people.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. Wait. On this side?
Yep, this side.
Awesome.
Better.
Okay.
And just plug that in where you can.
Okay. Awesome.
Right, all yours.
Great.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. My name's Tennille and I obviously work for realestate.com.au. Bit about me though, before I came across to the dark side, I worked in the industry for 13 years. I was a sales manager at one of the leading agencies in the inner west that we keep hearing about here. And before that, I was an agent for the 10 years prior. So I've seen a lot in the industry and how agencies work and what you need from, realestate.com and the other tools that you use, like your property me's, your CRMs, all of those sorts of things. So last year, realestate.com decided to change up their model. We used to have relationship managers that looked after all the real estate agents, but realestate.com was releasing 11 new products every single week. Now, in doing that, your relationship manager was also responsible to train you on those products, let you know about these new products coming, and then come and see you at pricing time when you've got to tell you the prices come up. Now, with doing all those things, they decided to break up the model. So they created roles. My role specifically is growth and strategy. So I look after new products. I look at how agents can move listings faster and how I can get you more listings. And then your relationship manager looks after all your problems. So if you've got a sales specialist, don't give them a call about those. But Lux, who knows what Lux is? Put your hand up first. What is it?
It's probably the biggest listing.
Yep, that's one. What else is it? Ian, you chuck your hand up.
Oh, for me, it sounds like it's more for prestige properties and stuff like that.
Okay.
You get approach a different market that you may not necessarily approach normally.
Absolutely, retargeting, it does that as well. One more thing that's key to Lux, what does it do? Hey?
Like featured on the homepage.
Featured on the homepage, yep, that's how we retarget. But it also rotates every 9 days. Now, obviously, sitting at the top, people are lazy. People are spending 37 minutes per month on realestate.com, which means they're only spending about 1:20 each day they're actively looking to buy or sell. Not a lot of time. People are also super lazy. 69% of people don't go to page 2. Only 39% of people filter their searches. So they're seeing the property at the top, and then how long does it take to send an inquiry? They're spending about 1:20, up to 4 minutes. They might have seen 3 properties. So you want to make sure you're at the top as much as you possibly can. Now, Lux listings, you mentioned that it's for your premium listings. Property prices in Australia, I think every property's Lux personally. Now, I noticed you had 69 Stanwell Road, Stanwell Park. Absolutely a Lux.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of a strategy around Lux, there's a price to it. At the moment, realestate.com has a sale until the 31st of March, so jump on this if you can. And you also get buy 5, get 1 free. But agents in Sydney that I've noticed, specifically, this is where we created the strategy, and I'm rolling this out across the country. But there was a strategy that we created because agents have noticed that they're getting Lux listings is creating more listings for them. And that's because if you're a vendor and you're doing your scroll, you're doing your research on the best agents, and you see the biggest ad, they're like, oh, why have they got a big ad? I want that. Or they're getting retargeted on the homepage. They might live in Stanwell Park, they've got a property in Corrimal. They're like, oh, I'm seeing this guy as a Lux listing. Who is this? So it's a thumb stopper on the app for sure. So agents are doing this, like you think about top agents in Australia. You've got Alexander Phillips. He gets a Lux listing on almost every single one. And he gets vendor paid. He's obviously the best in Australia. But then there's other agents that he competes against that are like, okay, well, how can we strategize to make sure we're doing the same thing? We're not missing out on these vendors seeing us. So what they do is some of them are paying for it themselves, but a lot of them are getting vendor paid. They make sure that they've got a Lux listing in every market that they want to grow in every price point. And that's so those vendors looking through those listings are seeing them every single time. Now, in terms of a strategy, So just some stats on what it does for you: 26% more emails, 2 times more listing views, and 71% more high value interactions if you want to sell it in the lounge room. Now, in terms of a strategy that we mapped out with some of our customers, because agents want this because it's going to get you that next listing, and it's got a price to it, so we want vendors to pay for it. So the strategy that we created with some of our agencies is, instead of going to them with the marketing on day one and you've got, this is the realestate.com price, this is what Audience Maximizer is, this is what Lux is, they go to them with Lux on day 7. They take a screenshot of their performance because, again, we know as the property drops down the page, it's going to be sitting at the bottom. Sorry, it's going to have less listing views. So on day 7, they screenshot the performance and they send it off to a vendor, and they go, hey, had a look at your listing, I'm a little bit concerned, really want to get you more views on this listing. We will target other suburbs, we can target up to 10 to 15 additional markets at similar price points. So like your property, we can make sure that those vendors in Wollongong are seeing your property in Stanwell Park, as an example. So they go to them with this text message. Now this text message is pretty much just, Ian, you send a text to your relationship manager at realestate.com and say, this is the address. We'll send you back this. Hey, I reckon you should do a Lux listing on this. This is what it does for your listing. And we also create this little link, which as soon as they click on it, it's a little dummy version of what it will look like on the homepage. Anyway, that's Lux, and that's a little way to get vendor paid advertising because it's a really good listing tool. Now, I'm going to jump over to Demo Ignite. Now, you all have the Pro subscription. All offices have the Pro subscription, right, Mark?
Yep.
Awesome. There it is. All right, so I've jumped into Ian's account, and I'm going to go through a couple of things that are the most important things in terms of return on investment that you're getting for this particular product. Now, going to the homepage, oh, something went wrong, that's not ideal. Let's try this again. Don't have internet, that's what the problem is. Would you believe? It's all right, I could just jump on my phone. Oh,
That's easy.
it's a mobile number. Would you believe I work for a tech company? All right, what's the, which one is it?
Auction works, yeah.
Auction works, okay. Thanks. Are we on? Yes. All right. Cooking with gas now. All right, so the first thing that I want to talk to is your buyer inquiry seller leads. How often are you guys checking your inquiries in Ignite? Put your hand up if it's every day. Yes, 1. If I had prizes, I'd give them out, but I don't. Mark didn't set me up with them. Great. You guys should be checking your inquiries in Ignite as they come through. And I know it's painful. I know it's a different process. I know you've got so many things to do as a real estate agent. Like I said, I understand realestate.com is not the only thing that's important to you guys, but the data that we can offer before you have those conversations is so valuable. Now, if you go into your inquiries, you can see here this scoring. Now, that's the first bit of data that you get on your buyer inquiries. This is how likely they are to buy your property. Now, I'm just going to click into which one? This one. Actually, that didn't have data. Awesome. Let's go this one. Okay. Now, this particular person was a 7 out of 10 to purchase the property. Now, we also know the 3 suburbs that they're looking in. So before you even pick up the phone, you know the suburbs they're looking in, the type of property they're looking at, all the information about them before you pick up the phone so you can have a valuable conversation. Now, as part of the Pro subscription, we also tell you if they're selling at the same time. So if you knew that someone was selling and they were selling in your core market, because we tell you that too. Oh, wrong button. Open. Okay, so like I said, selling in your core market, you scroll up to here, you can see that they're a potential seller lead. This person's only had 2 out of 10, so you're going to chuck it into your CRM and you're going to nurture them. And with that, you also know which suburb they're selling in. So if you knew someone was selling in your core market before you even picked up the phone, and you could do all this research, how valuable is that to you guys? To have a valuable conversation. How much more likely are they to interact with you if you know something about them and you show them that when you call them? Super valuable data. Make sure you're checking this stuff in Ignite. Obviously not here to tell you how to do business, but you've got all access to this. And if you want to grow your business, make sure you're checking these seller lead buyer inquiries. I had a customer down in Melbourne. They work for Buxton, which is one of the largest groups in Victoria. He said to me, we're sitting at lunch and he goes, I was like, how do you find Ignite? How do you use it? And he's like, Tennille, don't you fucking tell anyone else about this. I signed 6 listings up off this in the last 6 months. Buyer inquiry, seller leads. Now, in terms of the validity of this data, last year we saw vendors that scored an 8, 9 or 10, or potential sellers that scored an 8, 9 or 10. 60% of them came to market within 90 days. 90 days. Hot seller leads, make sure you're using this tool. Cool. Now the next thing. This one only came out in July last year. Who knows what Market Monitor is? Anyone? Awesome. So Market Monitor is our new prospecting tool, and I wish I had this when I was an agent, or for the 20 associates that I had just rolling through RP data, trying to find information to go prospect to, do their door knocking, do their letterbox jobs. All right, let's go back here. Oh. Where is sold listings? What's this contact agent stuff? No prices? All right, Peter. Okay, so this property's just been sold. Now, New South Wales has had the lowest amount of stock come to market in January across the board than we've seen for the last 4 years, year on year. Not a lot of stock, so we need to prospect. Now, if I go into here, this property. Now, this particular property we've just sold, we've got low stock. How are we going to prospect? If I click on this button down here, similar, it's going to show me all the properties that are similar to this one. Now, there's probably not many, so I'm going to change the filter to be 2 to 3 bedrooms and 500 square metres. Oh. And go apply. Probably picked the wrong property. Not a lot around it.
Okay, so probably the wrong one to choose, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty out in the country there.
Yeah, right. Makes sense, nothing near it.
Grab one of these.
Let's, yeah. There'll be plenty around that one. All right, let's try this. Click on similar. Now, like I said, it's going to show me all the properties that are similar to the one that you just sold. Let's market to those, right? Hey? Awesome. Now, if I then click on, bring back up. Oops, still similar. If I click on this little list view button here, it's going to bring me down a list of all the properties, like I said, that are similar to one that you just sold. Now, it also tells me if it's owner-occupied, if it's rented, when it last transacted. We know in New South Wales, at least, every 7 to 10 years, properties transact. It's quick turnover. It's actually shortening down, particularly in our regional markets. But you can utilise this tool. You can download it as a CSV, pull out all the other information you do not need, and you can use this as a hot prospecting tool. Prospect is something that's sold recently, it's similar to the one you just sold, and not sold recently, sold past that 5 years mark at least. But you can pull all this data out in a CSV, clear all the shit out that you don't need, and use it to door knock, use it to letterbox, make sure you're being targeting specifically the right people. Awesome. Now, on top of that, there's a few other tools. Obviously, I can't jump in and show you guys Ian's seller leads that he's receiving, but make sure you check, when you get those seller leads, make sure you check how likely they are to sell. That's your first tool to make sure that you're nurturing them if they need to be nurtured. And then, is anyone using our CMA tool? You are? How do you find it?
Yeah, it's good.
Good?
In the beginning, I found a lot better than RP data.
Yep.
In my area anyway.
Yep. And look, I have heard that quite a lot, particularly, like I said, as well as in the regional markets. Data seems to be dropping out of RP data. I'm not here to talk shit about anybody else, obviously, but we do have our version, which you can utilise in here. The key things that are different in ours are, let's just go back to this one, is first of all, you get live sold prices. So those agents that are doing contact agent, agents that are on the pro subscription will see that your live price anyway within 24 hours. We also have live market data, which our competitors can't get. So you can walk into a vendor's lounge room and go, hey, Mr. Vendor, I've got 716 potential buyers for you, only 24 properties on the market that's similar to one that you've got. And you can do this for sales and for rentals. Your property management. So our property managers love this because it was our first ever leased data that we were able to supply. So you can do your appraisals, all those things on there as well. And that's it. Well, there's other things in terms of branding and stuff. You don't need to worry about that. Any questions? No?
All experts?
All experts? I'm going to be checking with our customer success how many of you guys jump up with your usage this week.
I think, Jamel, just one thing that does stand out to me, with doing the CMAs from here,
Yep.
like you say, the live data at the back end to me is really important. Because so many agents now are just putting, contact data, whatever, for the sold price. They're not putting the sold price, especially around these areas. So to be able to just go in the back end and go, what's what it's sold for, and come out there. And again, I suppose, is everyone using Ignite? Are you all going into Ignite and actually setting it up and sort of using it so you actually you've got it on there? Because like I say, the sell the leads, it all comes in. It's really good data, and it's to me personally, it's like another extension of your CRM. You should be looking every day and then using that data to feed into your CRM and then pushing it through, because it's everything's there. And again, guys, we talked about before. To me, everyone says about realestate.com. I've been around the days, sadly, when we used to be the newspapers and Rupert Murdoch was selling the Courier papers, and he was a scumbag, and $4,000, and we'll show them. We'll get on the internet. This crazy internet thing, and we'll support this group called Real Estate. It happens. Everyone gets in it, and you have to be somewhere to sell and be exposed and build. So if you're going to be somewhere who's got 75% of the market share, to me, but then use the data that's available, because you've got plenty of data there that comes off the back of being a part of it. So there's a lot to it. So I'm sure there must be some questions for Jamel. I'm sure there must be.
I mean, like you said, realestate.com, when I first started personally, it was $149 to put your property on realestate.com. But then we'd go and spend 10 grand in a double page spread in the Mossman Daily.
That's right, yeah.
Now, the Mossman Daily used to go out to 5,640 dwellings. Out of those dwellings, how many people do you think pulled it out of plastic? Out of those people that pulled it out of the plastic, who was looking to buy or sell? Every single person that goes to realestate.com, except for some people like me that just likes to look at property at lunchtime, are looking to do something with property. Now, if you think about what we offer now, compared to that $149 where it was just somewhere to advertise, we now offer you 9 out of 10 buyers compared to our closest competitor. We have 7 million unique users. Our closest competitors in the green only have 798,000 unique users. Now, we offer you that audience. Not only that, we offer you this data. We've moved away from just being a place to advertise property and a place to help you guys get more listings. Cool.
By the way, welcome Ronnie Lee, who's finally made it down here from Port Douglas. Welcome, Ronnie. What's wrong? What's wrong? Well, it should be, because Leah's opened it up. Leah's on Google Meets. I asked her to send you the link. Oh, no, Leah will send through the questions. Tell them it's just if they put everything in the chat.
Yeah, but she sent me the Google Meets link, but it's not in here. So
No.
you need to have the Google Meets.
Oh no, but she's got it on. She just sent you the link so you could see it. I thought you wanted to see it. Okay, no, she's on it, so it's all good.
Okay, so she's all good?
Yeah. Thanks, Laura. No, thanks, Laura.
Leah said to me the PDF, for some reason the images weren't coming up, so we changed it.
Yeah. Have a couple of minutes, guys, and we'll get on the way with our next speaker. It's not. It's got choose to mirror or extend display. There you go.
Really? What time of the day, mate?
It is indeed. Guys, anyone want a drink or something just there? We'll get on the way with Sanjeev. Just a few bathroom breaks. We'll come back.
Comes out naturally to you, doesn't it?
They do it all the time.
Yeah, it is good. The lady that is that Ronnie?
That's Ronnie,
That's
yeah.
Ronnie.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I went to Philippines because I made all of them on video, so all I see is that.
Yes.
And suddenly seeing like 50 people
Imagine. Yeah.
face to face, I sort of thought it took about 6-7 seconds. Oh yeah, you're just. And they're all so tiny. Seriously, like Leah is like this fucking short. Seriously.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
March is the only one who couldn't come.
Just in case. Take it off. For those on the live stream, just go a quick break, but we'll start any second now. That's good. Just a couple of things again. Just first of all, I want to thank in there, and that one there, she's hiding very quietly, but in that room there is Laura. Laura's works for Auction Works, so she doesn't work for us, but she's been great. She's without her, the technology side, we'd all be using a handle, and I don't know what we'd be doing actually. So always say hello to her, and she does a great job, and been with Jesse I think for 15 years, so knows it back to front. I don't know if you know anything about our group, but in general, it's all based on relationships. You got Jesse and I know each other for 100 years, and then Laura's known that, and then I've known Yaz is like my third daughter. If people don't know, we worked together corporately at Harcourts, and she silly came across with me. I don't know why anyway. So she's loyal to the family, so came in here. So a lot of the people we work with are very long-term relationships because that's just the way we are. And that gives us a good intro into our next person today. I met Sanjeev years ago, and when I was made state manager at McGrath, Queensland, because no one else wanted it. So they put me in there, and so we went up. And our very first franchise we took on board. Sanjeev was the lady's accountant. And as the years went on, we just loved what he did with her and loved talking to him. And we recommended Sanjeev to all the McGrath offices that opened up there. to take him on as the accountant and build out. We got rid of her, but we love Sanjeev and kept him. But it gives you an idea of how long we've known, and I know, and the background, some of the amazing work he's done, not only at an accountant level, but also as an advisor level, and certainly even with us. And without him and what we're using here and building today, it wouldn't be possible without Sanjeev's support, and he's been great. Real Estate Solutions is the name of his company. And without further ado, I'll send it over to Sanjeev.
Yeah. Pick it up. As you can see, I'm not used to this sort of type stuff, but anyway, thank you, Mark, for that. So unusual, obviously, for an accountant to be, whoopsie, there we are, first casualty, accountant to be talking at these things. So the session, obviously, the nature of what we do is a bit heavy, but I'll try and sort of make this a lot easier. So my business, first one is I actually only know agency, okay? I've never done a lot of things. I've been specializing in this area since 2004. It started with, I was working with Ernst & Young as a senior manager, trying to work my way up to become a partner, and I really thought that was where life would end up. And then I got a call from BDO saying, mate, these guys at Ray White Commercial interested in you, would you talk? And I said, okay, I don't really know much about it, but I love real estate. And those are the days when we had the little property boom, location, all that bullshit on TV, and I really was very passionate about what was happening in Australia. But anyway, Ray White Commercial, it was, and we spoke, and interesting, that journey was they wanted to set up a commercial unit which was different from all the rest of Ray White, and the intention was that we're going to bring 13 to 15 specialists, which we want to bring in from different brands, but the model's going to have to be that we want all the resources set up internally such that they're doing nothing but listing and selling. The entire thing's about them, but we want these guys to be writing between $1.5 to $2 million in GCI. I sort of thought, holy, that's a big bloody goal. I said, what's the business doing right now? They said, oh, it's doing about 3 to 4 mil, but the goal is to get up to 15. And I said, okay, well, that sounds interesting. And look, 2 or 3 months later, it just sounded to be the natural progression, and I signed up with them. They developed from one business doing 3 to 4 mil in GCI, but they brought in specialists and broke it down to every different arm. So the idea was Ray White Commercial Sales, would it be CBD Fringe, leasing, CBD Fringe, tourism, Ray White Valuations, retail, project marketing, brought in a Ray White Apartment Sales business, basically, run a prestige business. And we developed this into 13 different business units. And the reason I want to talk about that is that model turned out to be quite successful on 3 pillars only. So first, they got the commitment out of people from different brands to say, would you like to become Ray White Commercial? And the first thing was, well, Ray White's known for residential. You guys are 0 players in terms of commercial. Why would we even come and join? But the model was, it's not about the brand, it's about you. We want to turn you into a superstar in commercial sales. We want you to turn a star in valuations with you in property management, etc. So they picked different people, and these guys, when they first joined, they would have been writing about between 250 to $500,000 GCI per specialist. So to get these people up to a level where I thought, gosh, how are we going to do this? But the idea was, let's get their commitment on their side. My job was to build a back office infrastructure. And honestly, imagine me walking into your place, Ronnie, and saying, I want your checkbook, by the way. I know you're dealing with Westpac, NAB, whatever you are, but you will deal with Macquarie Bank. And the most frightening thing I had to do was basically pull their checkbooks off them and say, we're going to close those accounts. And by the way, I'm now going to control your bank accounts. The leap of faith was massive. But it took 12, 15, 18 months. I copped a lot of abuse and kicks and think, man, I'm not going to give my money to you. But it turned out to be enormously successful because they realized, right, we need confidence. We have to build that confidence first in the back office system. The back office was designed with the same process that Agency HQ got, for trust account, the listing support, contract support. But we built in a special data support unit, so similar to what RE.com's talk about, basically. How do we arm these people with the right intel to make them the most intelligent players in town? And honestly, I had a 4-year run with Ray White Commercial, and it's one of the best experiences I've had as an organization. I left them to pretty much set up my own beast because I felt tied down to one group, which just wasn't really going to work for me at all. But when we left, that business was turning over, I remember big, $13.79 million per annum. Those commercial specialists were riding between, $1.5 to $2 million in GCI. They were taking home between $600,000 to $1 million. So one thing it showed is the power of focus, and three things: when you've got commitment, when you've got a process behind you, and when you've got data behind you. Fourth element that really worked within the process angle was support, and it's something I really want to talk about in detail. But I just want to talk about that 2004 experience. For me, the 2004 to 2008 was remarkable because it showed the results that were able to be produced. Now, with my business RE Solutions, I've been doing this for 16 years. Honestly, I've never advertised, okay? So I'm really very much one of those people you'd see a very unknown being. I took one view that I don't really want to advertise, not for any arrogance, basically. One, I'm very introverted, by the way, so I tend to work very much behind scenes, very quietly. But we built up a very stealth product. When I did set up, by the way, within 2 months of joining, we hit the global financial crisis. So every door I knocked within Ray White that I knew really well, but even others, to saying, Matt, we can't afford you. Will you do this for half the price? And I sort of thought, well, shit, no. But every door I knocked, it was, mate, can't afford you, can't afford you. So when there's hard times, one thing I want to really appreciate that I resonate to hard times because I set my business up during incredibly hard times. I just bought myself a BMW about 6-8 months before that. And one thing my wife, my ex-wife now, but my partner got me recommended, you want to sell that car? And one thing I thought is, man, one thing I learned in agency is put on a good suit, have a good watch, put on a good belt and a good pair of shoes, and you need to have a good car because impressions do count. And I honestly had to really prospect my way through, door knock, individual agencies like yourselves to build the business one. And I felt I built this business one brick after the other. Today, so we've actually, the number's actually 109 because I signed up a very large Bell property client overnight. The contracts came through last night. But I advise 106 principals, mainly in Queensland, New South Wales. And coupled with the advisory, we've got a complete back office arm. So yeah, are you able to just click that link if that's okay? I'm not going to talk too much about the business, but I just want to give you some context as to what we do. So this is up. Does that bring up or it won't bring up? Oh, maybe not. No, it doesn't bring it up. That's okay. That's okay. No problem at all. Not here to talk about me anyway. So RE Solutions, as we're doing, basically, I've got a complete real estate back office that we've developed. It's taken a lot of years. We pride ourselves on a couple of things that every team member, we've got about 52 team members now, but they're all real estate specialists. Specialists in accounting, basic bookkeeping, specialist in tax. We've got an audit arm doing audits of trust accounts. We've got a very good HR arm, and I feel we go better off coming against Reef, and I'll be very open in saying that. Basically, it's a remarkable HR service that specialises in agency itself. We've got a payroll arm that is faster than lightning, I can tell you. So we've got the ability now, if a property settles around 2 to 3 to 4 p.m., when most times come through PIXA, we will get the trust accounting work done later that afternoon or in the evening. And I've got an offshore team that works out payroll commissions overnight, and we can put the money into the agent's hands next morning. So that now is really just one of the listing tools that we give to our principals to say, hey guys, if we sharpen up the payroll service, could you use that as a recruitment tool to say, hey, an employee or a contract, doesn't really matter, we will put the commissions in your hand the next day. And that really helps them recruit as well. But we look after a lot of trust accounts. I think last count, we looked after about 300 trust accounts as a company as well. And the model takes all the work to take all the pressure off the principal and delivers all the transactions onto internet banking. They've only got one job, approve the transaction, and the item goes. I've evolved myself over a long time to get away from the operations, and we took away our advisory fee off clients, so I don't even charge for my advisory, but what we've now done is say we supply you the back office, and then I will advise you behind scenes on where people need to go. And the clients we've got the smallest clients that do 10 to 12 deals a year. We've got some smaller people that do 30 to 40 deals a year. My largest one would be doing 650 deals a year, basically, and we look after the full back office of them. So we've got across all the brands. Mark's been a very, very big supporter. We met, I remember, back in South Bank many, many years ago when he was part of Harcourts, when we conceptualised and talked about what agency. The name didn't exist, but we're really talking about different offering. You know, they had the franchise world, independent world, and the discussion there was about the market really needs something different. And I think the conclusion coming out of that very late night meeting was, let's throw maximum reward to the agents to put them in equivalent to a real estate shop without the overheads. And the second part was create an infrastructure that allows them to basically build a rent roll under a very low cost basis. So the legs of this brand, I feel, are huge. It's a question of how much people want to use it. So next one. So with today, with the Kickstart, I really thought about this, and I thought, well, you're coming from a little bit behind being an accountant on these type of forums when you got, you know, people like Mark and Tanel there talking about things. So I'll come up with a few things. Just want to state one thing, that some things I want to talk about are going to be a little bit frightening, but I'm not here to frighten. I'm really here to arm and assist you guys. But every time, beginning of the year, is a very good time to refresh and just look at the reality where things are. So what I tried to put through is, well, we're a majority of our clients, and I don't have more. I've got more smaller clients, by the way, than large. We've got, I think, about 30% of our clients will be extremely large beasts writing good fees. Majority of them are very small, normal type people just trying to build a momentum. But I'll just talk about some of the brutal realities that exist in this thing. First, we come across the concept of loneliness, that being in an agency space is actually quite lonely. You know, and it's very uncertain, and you're surrounded by people, but the intensity of where you're going, the direction, the success, the vulnerabilities, your worries about your cash flow, you tend to keep to yourself. You just can't talk to people about it. And that's a big worry that we always need to bear in mind, that you're always going to feel very vulnerable and lonely inside. The other thing about your world is it's a big contradiction between, you know, you guys are the eternal optimists. There's a global financial crisis, you'll say it's the right time to sell. There's a bloody earthquake out there, you'll say it's the right time to buy. And yeah, you guys make things work, and I find that really amazing. When I first learned about Mark, really sat down with me, learned a lot about the stuff, and one thing that I appreciated was, you know, the person that sold this product, he had a product. All you had to do was find a buyer. You guys don't have a product. You've got to find your bloody product first, being the vendor who wants to sell. And I could not understand, out of bloody 100 calls, you get rejected about 90 times and work on the small number 10. So that is a very emotional type thing. So out there, you're eternal optimist, and inside, you know, the state of your actual bank statement, scarcity of listings, how large the competition is, these are real worries that you feel inside. And the optimism out there, the worries inside, it's a real juggling act for anyone's brain, and I really do respect agency for that. You guys got to live both in a real way, because if your bank statement's got bloody $200 inside, you got to come across like the most successful agent out there, and it's really hard managing the two dynamics. Now, majority of agents, I use the word OPRs, and we use that internally as office. It's a one-person reliant operation. That's a hard beast to be in, and most of the businesses out there that we look after, they lack the structure, they lack the people, they lack the process, and they're reliant on themselves. And that's very hard, because, you know, without you, there's just no income. You go on holiday, there's no income. And that's a hard bit to pay. So when you take off a holiday, you sort of think, well, not only am I missing out on GCI and prospecting, which is going to have a 3-4 month effect later on, but I'm also spending a lot of money on holiday. It's a bit of a double-edged sword to rework on this thing. The other brutal reality we have is that you guys make your money in 8 to 9 months. And I find in talking to people, there's a lack of appreciation. Overhead's gone on, whether it's a business overhead or home, it goes on for 12 months. But you actually only make your money out of 8 to 9. We make it out of 12. You guys make it out of 8 to 9. And when you take about the context of 1 month break, 2 to 3 months, they could be just bad months, bad luck, weather-related events, political events where people are not doing, public holidays coming up. It does cost, and this has got to get built into planning. I want to talk about tax a bit as well, that in, you know, without managing your tax, you'll end up working for the ATO for 171 days at 47% tax. Now, as business owners, you've got an opportunity, and I'm going to talk about some tax strategies here, basically. But the main appreciation I want to talk about, obviously, is that I do understand that you guys are in a very high-pressure role, whether it's a company or an ABN. When you stop, the dollar stops, so let's see what we can do about each part. So the loneliness part, I just, you know, there's a reluctance in the industry and a lot of people they want to operate as one-man bands, and there's a real worry about, you know, it's all going to cost me more overheads, I might as well stick it out on my own. So I just want to put a couple of suggestions here that look, this directorship of yours will remain a very one-man sport, lonely space to be in, until you actually make that commitment that I want to build a team around me. And it doesn't have to mean being a team of 6, 7 people, but I'm just about to put forward one theory. Start with one, at least, just one, and see how that goes. And let's also be clear that the best agents in Australia have all built a team around them. I look after one up the northern beaches over here. He's got a team of 6, and it's a wide-ranging, fluctuating area, but he does between 3 to 4 mil in GCI. But in overall numbers, he pays about 30 to 40% to his associates, keeps 60% to himself. Right? Got another one in Law North Shore. He's got a team of 3 senior agents around him, around the top, and he's a prestige dealer basically. Average sale price $6 million, but again, the concept of team around, I know he would have started somewhere. There's no question about it. But the options you get to choose, obviously, you really got to take a pick what's right for you. But I feel the essentials are, you're going to have to work on the data element and have a prospecting arm. Without prospecting, this business is nothing. The associates, having buyers managers, and then once you have these 3, having a client services manager is essential to really provide that service, to really have a little business within a business. I can assure you one thing, that the people that I work with have got teams. I can see their mental frame, their mental chaos is far less. They're able to take holidays, by the way, and the associate team keeps the prospecting engine running quite reliably. The capacity of what one person can do versus 3, Matt, you can get up to $1 million of GCI with one associate, I know that. Remaining in control and still develop a very strong personal brand, but it goes down to one mindset shifting. Am I going to spend the money, $4,000 a month, $4,500 a month under the award to put towards an associate? And it's a hard one when you've got nowhere to start, but I'm sort of thinking, well, if you can just remove that shift that it's an overhead, I feel it's a bit of a foundation to building. Now, when they built this building, no one complained about the foundation, I swear. They knew it was essential to build the rest of it up. When the planes take off, I don't see a single bloody head office complaining about too much fuel. That plane has to take off. I'm taking that view that, Matt, the foundation to your business at this stage is really about just one extra. And then just, I hope after today, you just think about within the finances, if there's room to just bring in one person, but it doesn't replace you. It just protects you from doing a lot of rubbish work that we have to do behind the scenes. And it buys back time and converts you to a more high value player. Now, the other bits about, this bullshit factor, talk briefly about it, that you're living 2 worlds, as I said. Selling certainty, we're not really controlling anything. You don't control when the vendor's next coming to the market. You don't control the sale price. You don't control what the buyers want to pay. You don't control how long they're going to take to, how many people are going to come to your open home. It's a tough thing, and I feel I really get really emotional when people bag real estate agents in the marketplace thinking, oh, bloody liars. I don't think so. Most people aren't liars, but I certainly feel you've got a remarkable way of turning uncertainty into this confidence that I feel. I've learned a lot by just seeing confidence from my clients itself, thinking, wow, this is amazing. Their business is broken. They've got literally money in the bank, owe money to the tax office, haven't paid super, but yet they're walking into meetings with absolute confidence. And, something, well, that's something, you've got something there. My suggestion there is this confidence is really get packaged into a system. There's no business that works without a system. You look at McDonald's, they get little children getting paid way low money, and they produce one of the most profitable enterprises can ever exist. And it's not even a food business that we know, it's actually a real estate business. I mean, you sort of think, how thoughtful would that be? But the process in your side, I've just broken down to 3 parts. These are essential for any individual. One is the data of knowing on a piece of paper what your market has been doing the last 30 days. Sitting in your space, you almost forget vendors need numbers. I swear, they want to know days on market, they want to know what's sold, they want to hear the war stories of what's happening around. And just having that fact, make sure that yourselves and your staff know literally what's listed on the market, what's sold, what's the top properties, average sale price, how long they took. It's needed. The dialogues, your goodwill is based on 3 things only. One is anchoring the pricing, because any overpriced listing, you're not going to be able to sell it, and just having that refined skill in a proper process with the pricing. The second thing past, we all want a cheap agent, but having to protect your commission with why they should be paying your full rack, and the competition as to why you. And these dialogues, I feel, start creating IP about your business as well. They're not hard, but they can be developed. And I feel talking to, or you got the videographer there, having a proof story the last 90 days with a video from a vendor about their situation, the strategy and what you got by sale results. It's a very simple one-person strategy around data, dialogue, and war stories. Repeat, repeat, repeat. Mark talked about my business, and when he set up, and Mark, obviously, I'm always appreciative about your assistance to me and support during days. But when I won the business, I turned the very first one into a video testimonial very quickly, and I recycled that so many bloody times, but I managed to get one scalp, and I used that particular person in a big way. But that converted myself to 5 agencies, 10 agencies, 15. You'd be surprised what one video does. And so it's, whoops, where we go? Yeah, so that's all there is there. So let's go to the next one. So let's talk about the internal show, the vulnerabilities that I see more bank statements, more P&Ls than anyone. With 106 P&Ls, we also get to see what the agents are making out of them. And every week we pay between 800 to 1,000 agents across the country through our payroll service, and you can tell what people are making. The reality you've got internally is your bank statement's real, the state of your bills are real, the competitors are still going to be out there, and you may be operating in a solo band. It's the real world. Now, it's not an easy place to be in, but my response to this is you're going to have to treat this as current anxiety to try and systemize something to build up something for future. So as you're planning your 2026, the key theme is if you're not going to change it, honestly, it's going to be the same position, Kickstart 2027. So we really have to address some aspects. And if this goes on, imagine life now still being a struggling operation with one person, just not building up. With the bank statements, look, financial discipline, as accountants, we live on financial discipline. It has to be there. And we'll talk about some aspects of taxation on this one. But how many people actually budget like precisely on their domestic and business situation? Do we know what it takes to actually look after the household? With the house, the rent, the mortgage, traveling, is there some precise numbers? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, one person. There we are. The techo gets his numbers right. That's good. Yeah. The budgeting. It's such a bloody boring exercise. I didn't do it for many years, basically thinking life just happens. But it was surprising that we suffer an expense creep by just spending a little bit more. Next thing, the cost of your existence is something humongous. Unless you put that in the context of what you're earning, it's going to be a big thing. And it's insightful to sit down with your spouse and say, can we just understand what it takes to look after us, basically, and throw in the holidays, throw in the meals out, whatever it is. It's very insightful. A lot of people falling down on item number 2, putting tax aside, and honestly, like a number of people, we have to go and scream with the tax office and say, man, I haven't got the money. Can we do a repayment plan? Since 1st of July 2025, the ATO, so they were the easiest source of money. Can't pay the bill, go to the ATO, pay everything else, and put this on a repayment plan. It cost a bit, but from 1st of July 2025, they said, well, that interest that we charge is no longer deductible. So that's just another way for Australian government to say, don't rely on us anymore. We're not going to fund you anymore. And if you want us to borrow, we're going to charge you 12% for it. And guess what? It's non-deductible. So it's another direction of saying, go to the bank, get the money, pay your tax bill. My suggestion is you need to put some tax aside out of each commission. Now, agency is the business of buffer bucket. We talked about the 8 to 12 months. 1 week, a good week does not guarantee a second good week. 1 good month does not guarantee a next good month. 1 quarter could be replaced with another bad quarter. And I've seen some people have fantastic 1 year, and I've got the most extreme I had, a person who had a $1.3 million on his tax return. The following year, he wrote there was $24,000 on his tax return. Now, you can imagine the emotional disaster, except in that $1 million, he bought a prestige property with new cars, wife had a Mercedes-Benz. Following year was 24, everything on lease, by the way, and you can imagine the tax payable. But unless you put a buffer in agency, we're treading on very vulnerable grounds, I can assure you. So just having that discipline of working within the bucket. Obviously, going through neediness and hard times and thinking, shit, that bloody competitor, driving a bloody Porsche. Can I just give you a consolation? I've seen a lot of balance sheets. Mate, that Porsche's on a lease. He's in deep fucking debt, whether you like to see it or not. Seriously. And I've got a couple of clients, and it's a pity in my world we can't talk about too much, but they've got strong balance sheets, team size of 21, 23 sales agents, and the one complaint they have is this all worth it? So the bigger does not mean they're better. Ultimately, it's around what money's in your bank, what profit your business is truly making. And I know that there's franchise groups out there putting out published data about, hey, you know, you become part of this group, you make $1 million a year. But when you dig into detail, it's the principal writing about 1.2 in commission that brings about the income itself as well. So franchises aren't that easy to run. The overhead aspect is very easy. So don't worry about those people out there. The bigger they are, the harder they do fall as well. I think small sometimes bring you an opportunity of agility. There's a lot you can do individually with a small person around you as well. And the main aspect is, you know, if you get a weekly rhythm, I think the market does reward that in a big way. Now, how do you turn a one-person reliant into something useful and savvy? So a couple of ideas here. We know the fact that, you know, there's no agent, no income, and you have to consider this a phase to move on to a +1. So that to me is just something, please think about it, because I know that there's not a single client that I've got that has got an associate and has failed or it's failed. It never does fail. If you've got a process, it does work. But I need to talk about the rental side. The whole reason people get into franchising in business is to build a rent roll. So the average size of a rent roll in Australia is about 400 properties, and they're worth roughly about $3 billion. In this room, let's talk a bit more micro and what's possible. I want to put to you that building the asset of just 50 rentals, and if they all produce $600 a week in rent, that's $260,000 in asset value. Now, it's a part of a business that you can't afford to avoid. It's like a car dealership saying we sell new cars, but we don't do repairs. They make their money out of repairs. Agency business works extremely well with a rent roll combined. I put down here, it's a spelling mistake there. Your sales will feed today, but the PM will feed forever. And just consider the side. I feel, you know, like there's few people that know the property management world as good as Yasmin, basically. The back office infrastructure is there. Mark's looking after several rental portfolios for third parties. What's the highest person right now individually? Is about 30, 35 rentals in New South Wales per one person, basically. So that person's already got a $200,000 portfolio, basically, already building up very fast. The good thing is there's recurring income for you once you build to a certain point. It protects your future sales leads. And lead generation is one thing, but I just want to put the prospect that, you know, acquiring a rent roll. I remember my days at Ray White, rent rolls were selling for $1.20 per dollar revenue. And I remember my boss, Mark Williams, at the time had one, and he sold it to a nearby Ray White office thinking, I'll just flog them off. Sold it for $1.20, so I bought these for $1. It's $1.20 now, I'm making a 20%. And I said, can't you allow me 6 months to work the back office and we'll try and fix it? No, let's just sell it. Today, rent rolls in New South Wales selling it for $4 close. Queensland's it for $3.50. These are enormously valuable assets. And as I said, with Yasmin's infrastructure behind the scenes, the team are there. So my feeling is you don't really need to be the biggest or, you know, best agent in the area. We can be a little intelligent by thinking about two concepts of a sales engine with an associate and really thinking about property management in a big way. Even getting started with 3 rentals is a start. But you know, 2-3 years, James, you've got a good portfolio behind you basically there. Asset value must give you huge comfort. I'm very certain, basically. And I worked with a person in a suburb in Brisbane, Camp Hill. He unfortunately got caught in a sexual harassment problem, and his franchise was taken away. But he's going through hard times, and he was down to his last 100K. And I just said, mate, he said, mate, I don't know, nothing's working. Listings are not coming through. I'm just not cut out for this principal shit anymore. Should I just go back and become an employee? I said, well, the problem is you right now, but you can't get secure listings. But I said, we haven't done any rental work. And honestly, truth to the guy from his 100K spoke to his wife, Nicole, pulled out 50K, because that's what property managers were worth back then. And he built his rental up to about 120 and then sold off, and he walked away with a nice $900,000 asset. And he just says, business ownership was too hard for me, but thank God I had my rent roll and I built it up. And I'm suggesting just try and think about that part, because the rental gains are not going away. They're going to get even more and more expensive. Next one, yes. So let's talk about this 12-month cycle. That the reality is we just need to accept 12 months in business does not exist in your world. It does in RE.com, it does in my world, but not in this world. Okay, that's just the truth. So we need that 1 month holiday. I would strongly prefer it be the December. If don't go in peak time, any other time is just too costly, basically. And your 2 to 3 months, let's take it as a given, between weather, events, bad luck, politics, elbow, whatever you want to say, it is going to happen. It's going to slow down your momentum. So the clients that we work with, one thing I see is a lot of resolve internally, and they're even with people like me, Matt, when it's a 30-minute meeting, at 29 minutes, man, that iPad is shutting, signal for me to get out the door. They're very structured with stuff, and I keep saying, Matt, this is your finance, they've still got to talk about tax, HR, they're not interested. They run their machine very hard for 8-9 months, extremely hard. And these guys are waking up early, 6-7 a.m. I know they're practicing their little routine, early morning stuff, and they seem to be working in the evenings. Frustration from the home front, but they've spoken to their spouses about what 8 to 9 months means. And once the spouse understands we're not making money for 3 months, they understand why that person needs to be out there. But what I see about them is there's 3 lanes I've discovered here that they're doing really well. One is their ability to work with data and clean data is just better than I've ever seen before. They've got such bloody good databases, and they compile contacts for their lead generator call every day. And the requirement is, Matt, you need to hit 50 contact list every day. I need my appraisal list to be booked 1 week in advance. They're this demanding. They're very, very good. Prospecting and weekly numbers, honestly, and capturing all the new FI leads. It's amazing how some people just do it so automatically. It's like an engine room, and I just can't believe when I see it how it works. But the one goal is, Matt, they just achieve appraisals like I've never seen before. And then the third lane is where the main lead agent, which is where you guys would be, is they just seem to run successful campaigns 6 days a week, and they're focusing on very high-end work, negotiating, closing listings, listing presentations, the price fixing, all the main areas that allows us to stick, but they work 8 to 9 months extremely hard on making sure the database is up to date. Their prospecting is really hard, and the lead agent knows exactly when he or she has to come in. The soft months, man, there's not much you can do. And that's the time that I see what these guys are doing is maintenance season. Again, cleaning up their data, and they keep the contact plan just to make sure they're not forgotten. They look at expired listings, convert any dead stock they can into sold stock. And internally, it's all about training, role play, scripts, dialogues. There's nothing you can do about it. You might as well prepare the team for the next silly season and moving on. Now, let's talk about tax, the main reason I'm here. We'll talk about AML at the tail end of this one as well, because that's a really massive thing. Tax office is on a razor mission to kill right now. So they've taken more people into bankruptcy in the last 9 months. Small businesses, large businesses, they're on the attack. It's clear the government is broke. Government needs money, whether it's state government or federal, they need money. And they're selling it in a way that, while everybody else pays, we're punishing those people that don't pay. But they're killing a lot of good people alongside it because business conditions are hard. And what I might suggest is, look, just keep, whatever you do, keep some money aside for tax from every commission, put it into a do not touch account. I had this client, he was a top commercial agent, and he drew 40% of his commissions out of his business. And he would keep an extra 20% buffer in a special account that only I had access to. And he said, my wife, Kath, will come burning in during difficult months, and she's going to push you hard to release that money. Don't do it. No matter what happens, don't do it. He says, this makes me think as to what I need to do, and I'll produce listings basically, but I cannot afford to draw any more money because that makes me lazy. But that money was kept aside for tax no matter what. At least he knew no matter what happens, it's there. I want to talk about the vehicle side as well, that you guys, your biggest deductible is your motor vehicle. Now, simple question, how many real logbooks exist in this room? One. Wow, one out of quite a few. We're going to talk about this on the next slide because the tax office is out to kill you on this aspect, okay? The other bit is, I know that when we do a lot of tax work in our RE taxation arm, but real estate agents always give us bloody spreadsheets on deductibles. And I keep asking where the bills, and you get these little 10 blinks of the eye because we know they've lost them all basically. Can I suggest you just keep receipts? So the ATO produced a little app where they allow you to actually scan and put apps up. It's on the ATO website now as well. It's the Australian government's way of saying now that don't tell us that you haven't got a repository to maintain receipts. We've given you one for free. So just keep the receipts and don't guess deductions, seriously. They've got digital systems at the ATO that are so bloody powerful. They're now going to get access to AI, and as we know, government overemploys. These guys have got all the time in the world to come in, and when they sit down at your office, they will not go away. So, and the smallest things will make them investigate more and more backwards. They can go backwards 8 years if they wanted to, okay? If you've got staff, just remember super PAYG carry personal liability. So we're one of the few countries, the whole reason we set up a PTY Ltd is to protect us with limited liability. The government repealed liability for these two arms. So if you don't pay a PAYG, don't pay super, they will take that super element and PAYG and put it into your income tax account, and they will chase the company and you and take you to bankruptcy until you pay that portion. We have a lot of issues with explaining to clients that the company money is not your money, and there's this tendency to draw money without consideration. It's a real problem. The tax office looking at spouses and just splitting income. If it needs to be achieved, there's a lawful way of doing it. It just requires a bit of advice to get it done properly. And what I'm suggesting there is just look into your accounting stuff and just don't do that cheap thing with the shopping centres, honestly. Don't. They kill the industry, those guys that, sit in a little box and do $65 tax returns. It's like, it's like a real estate agent who does stuff at 2% in New South Wales. This guy's selling at 0.9%. You think, what the fuck have you done to the industry? But just try and manage your accounting aspects. So it was that way, this one. So let me talk to you about logbooks. So I had a person that so Mark, this is somebody you introduced to me actually, but all the names are sanitized. Mark introduced me, but she religiously did not want me, had this complete dislike. I don't know what it was. And I said, I'm just a nice guy, would like to look after your account, be your accountant. She reckons, no, will not deal with you, just whatever. Anyway, head office called me up to say, mate, I think you better go. And I said, mate, she absolutely hates me. So why would I go there? She reckons, no, we've already spoken to her, just go and talk to her. Anyway, she drove one of those supercars, supercars. And Office of Fair Trading came in and tax office decided to come in same time. Two different things went wrong, but they had coordinated. Thought, let's just walk in and have a big look. I went in the day before and I just said, can you do me one favor? Just park that car somewhere behind and take all the jewelry off, handbag. Let's not be Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and let's just come in as nice, respectful people. You're dealing with government officers. Obviously, the advice was not taken and the car was parked out there and they came in very heavy. We're from tax office here looking after trust account anomalies. Loud. Imagine what the agents felt. I'm from the tax office and looking at, tax frauds here. And anyway, this aspect was with logbooks. And they just asked a simple question, have you got a logbook? And the person's, yeah, we've got a logbook. And, 10 eyes blinking. So I realized, oh shit, she doesn't. And I knew that she didn't. The person read a statement. I'm a government officer, just letting you know that you're required to make truthful statements. Anything you say will be held against you. Have you now got a logbook? And the daughter said, we've just told you we have. Held mum's hand, like, shut up, in a way. I said, okay, that's just to know. I knew there was none. I just decided I'm just going to have to keep quiet here, newly appointed. Didn't want to say much. It went away for about 6 months. And they sort of thought, problem resolved. There's never a problem resolved with tax office. They came back with 2 tables. Option 1, option 2, option 3. We've worked out, they came back and I forgot the main story. They came back and just said, give us the logbook. And the logbook was provided, except what the daughter and mum did is went into Google Maps and made it up. This mileage went there. Look, Google Maps, that's 50 kilometers, 50 back, let's do 100 kilometers. Let's make up that logbook. And they called me back in and reckoned that tax office coming, we're going to hand over this logbook. And I just said, don't do it. No matter, please don't do that. And again, the daughter, was a bit reckless. Government came in and he left it in the middle of the table for about 6-7 minutes, refusing to take it. The tax officer knew it was fake, but he didn't even open it. And he says, "Are you sure you want me to take that?" And he can, yep, he reckons, you attested this is a truthful logbook. He reckons, yes, it is. And the guy reckons, okay, I'm going to give you one piece of paper signed that I've received it. And he took away the logbook. Have you guys got copies? He reckons, yep, we've got copies. And he walked away. And then when he got back months later, he gave 3 figures. He says, well, number 1, we find this logbook to be rubbish, it's not correct. We're going to give you 3 options. Lodge as per what we give you. So they said, we're denying you your 80% business usage. We're actually only going to give you 20 because your logbook is so badly off. So we're going to assess you for 20%. And if you accept 20%, we will take no further action. We will not impose any penalties. You may have to pay interest because we've gone back 5 years. But hey, you can do a request for remission and tax office will generally give it on good behavior. So that was the easy route, and all they had to pay was 79k plus potentially interest of 22, which I know would have been waived, but they could have got away with 70 and right, but that assessment was 102k. The second one was, and 2 and 3, keep doing what you're doing, and we're going to whack you so bloody hard that you won't know what hit you. You lodge a return with your proposed figures. Whatever you do, we will amend them based on our figures. So we don't give a shit about what you've put, but we will change them anyway. And for all the difficulties you've given us, we're going to impose a 50% penalty of the tax that you should have paid in the first place. And this was, you may request. Here, we will determine whether we give you remission. That's the tax office taking power in their hands again. But that particular one was 79k plus 39 penalty plus 22 in tax. That bill went up to 142k. The third one was bad attitude. We don't need to do anything. What can the tax office do? You did not lodge returns because she refused to lodge. We will default assess you, and we're going to hit you for 75% penalties, and we'll apply if we determine. That bill went up to 165k. Now, this was one luxury vehicle assessed 5 years and not having a good logbook and doing the wrong thing by creating a logbook. Now, it takes 12 weeks, and that logbook is good for 5 years. My suggestion is honestly, just do it. Get it over with. It is your largest deductible in any income tax return for any real estate agent. Just keep the logbook. And I saw the might of the tax office here, and they came in ferocious. At the end of it, when I walked out, the tax guy pulled me aside. He says, I can see, my sister, you're newly appointed. You've had nothing to do with this. I said, no. I said, we're just a new client now. And they said, we've got systems already built in, and the logbook we fed in. So we compared all her fuel receipts to the logbook. And it says where the fuel was built and where the logbook said she was miles and miles apart. We went to the dealership and requisitioned all the service records and got the odometer and the date. Those didn't match to the logbook. We went to the insurer, found out with any claims, and we found out there was a crash claim. And we went to the insurance records to get the records of where crash happened, and hey, the logbook said she was nowhere near when the crash had happened. And then we went to the tolls as well to see where she'd been photographed passing tolls, and we found repeated lies throughout the whole thing. So that person was honestly maximized 59k in penalties, along with what would have been a 79k, 80k over 5 years. She should have just simply paid the fringe benefit tax for driving a luxury vehicle. So, the short of it with a simple thing like a logbook, can I tell you, it is the hardest thing. I'm scared to death about a logbook. I think my business mileage comes to about 82, 83%. I declare 70 because I just don't want these people bothering me in any shape, way, or form. I think if there are any mistakes, they can just adjust it against my logbook. The difference isn't huge, but the value of a logbook is quite tremendous. So just a bit of stuff today on that one. So I want to talk about one concept. Your company tax and franking credits. Does anyone know what franking credits are and a company means? Do you know the value of them in terms of how powerful that is? Let's talk about it today. Hey? Yeah, 30%, 25 for some companies basically, and 30 for others. So the average person out there doesn't understand company tax in terms of how powerful that is. So we've got companies, we've got trust vehicles, we've got superannuation vehicles. So these are the designated things for shifting. We now know the government's attacking super in a massive way, and they just want to use that fund to really chase people to get more tax in. There's a lot of money sitting there. The government wants it. I'm going to show you a strategy here basically where we can get you into tax-free living in potentially 10 years, okay? So the average of our one-person businesses with associates, they do 750 in GCI, okay? That's across all the P&Ls that we've got. So these are not large businesses. I've taken the large giants out. I've taken the smaller ones in one shot. They draw an average of about $200,000 in family earnings and to look after the household and basics, pretty much. The associate team, the average is 2, by the way, across our clients that we look after for accounting and tax. And they spend roughly 30% of their GCI to look after the associate team. And that's about 225. Through their marketing, personal vehicles, etc., allowances, they pay another 75k. And the average one-person business makes about 250K before tax. And small companies all pay 25% corp tax, 62.5, and the profit after tax is 187.5 average. So this comes from four things: hiring associates, having a process, having that discipline, and let's just plan for 10 years. Let's go to the next one, yes? So what I'm suggesting right now is the tendency is whatever the company's got, let's just draw it out. The moment you draw it out, you start falling into the 30, 40, 45, 47% tax bracket. People want to put into family trust, they want to put money into super. I'm suggesting something different, okay? And trust me, this works. What I'm suggesting is your company just does not need to be necessarily just a real estate vehicle. It can be an investment vehicle as well. And some of my oldest clients have actually used this since we started, and these vehicles have got a lot of money inside them. But if we were to invest that profit, not take it out, you live off 200K, but invest all the rest back into shares, into property, whatever you do, basically, and I've allowed just for a 5% return factor. And I've not built all the years in, but the power of compounding will take 187 times 2, times 4, times 6, times 8, times 10, plus 5% compounded over 10 years. That 187 actually does add up to 2.3 mil eventually. It does. 10 years, the power of compounding, nobody can buy. Whether you build in your super, we understand the super part is a bit of a con because the government takes 15% contributions tax. So every $100 you put in, you're actually only investing off 85. Super, I shouldn't be saying this, and I believe super is not a good vehicle, let me tell you that. Right, the rules change every time. The government keeps changing them, so it's always a moving target. You never know where it ends. And now they try to bring in that bloody cap of anything over 3 million, we're going to hit them very hard, which means the government's actually telling you, we don't want you to be any wealthier than 3 million bucks. That's their wealth line. You still think, how dare you? How dare you dictate on us for something we've done for the last 15, 20 years, and now you're going to hit me right at that end point? You could have done something about it. This allows you to keep that money in the business itself. So yes, next one, please. So the franking credit, so just go 2 slides up again. Here's what I want to show you, just before, 1, 2, another one. Yeah, I want to talk about the power of this figure here. So Ian, that's the 30% you talked about. When you pay PAYG as an employee, it's money gone, it's waste, it's gone. When you pay the same money as corporation tax, it's gone to the tax office in physical cash form, but the tax office keeps it in a special kitty in reserve for you in case you use it for a dividend in future. So go back to yeah, that's it. So yeah, no, that's it, the next one, and one more, thank you. So assuming we pay 62.5 every year, and again, I've compounded the effects of all that over 10 years, you've paid $625,000. To you, it's money lost, right? To an accountant, it'll tell you, Matt, this company has got valuable franking credits of 625. It is a company that anybody would love to acquire. So if you were to give it up, I'd say, shit, I'll take over that company very quickly because it's got money in the bank. Now, the effect of these 25%, it's not dead money, I'm telling you. They're actually called tax credits, which will attach later on. And in your company income tax return, there's a special thing called franking credits, a franking account. You've got to keep an eye on that because that is your future wealth kitty against tax in future. And if I calculate backwards as an accountant, that if you were to draw 120 net, 120 for husband, 120 for wife, right? The ATO will use all this money over time as your tax credit, and you would actually get a $9,000 refund every year. No more tax to pay. That's 10 a month. That's not small money, right? If you were to draw 200, basically, it'll be completely tax-free. So the real idea is you got a company, a lot of people want to take it out into a trust. What am I putting towards super, right? It's just not the strategy. The idea is to keep it within an investment vehicle. One slide up, yes, just one before that, please. Yep, within this vehicle, shares potentially property. Start earning money, but when you're paying corporation tax, I just want you to change your mindset and think this is actually a good thing. The tax office will build it. A lot of people walk away from these companies and they dissolve them thinking, man, I'm done, finished, and you lose your franking credits completely. To me, this built up over 10 years will allow you to draw $10,000 a month completely tax-free. It's valuable. So keeping your vehicle, keeping the money building up in there, investing in that company as well. So Some accountants will say, well, no, the advice is wrong because a trust allows you 50% capital gains discount, correct? So there's two things I'll say with that. Number one, this tax is 25%, only slightly lower than 47 divided by 2. So you pay 47%, 50% discount makes it 23, company pays 25, 2% is not much. Secondly, the biggest talk in town right now is the Treasurer wanting to attack capital gains tax. So they've given us all these incentives, and then decades later they want to take it back. This is full proof that company tax rate, you look at what Donald Trump's doing, he wants to bring this down to very low levels, basically. Australian government's going to have to follow at some stage, right, basically, to build that in. To me, your companies are very, very good investment vehicles, right? And buying a property in there and just simply paying nothing more than 25% tax on that net rental income, paying nothing more than 25% tax if you sell it capital gains, is a very, very good result. So as a close, I'll just talk about the AMR thing briefly as well. The key bit of my theme was we're small one-man businesses, so I really want you to consider, a second staff member. And in all these years of agency, I've yet to see a single client telling me that the associate was not cash flow positive. They were. They get a better wage, plus 5 to 10% off lead agent income. These are very powerful beasts, but you do need the process behind it. The productivity does happen, and you have to manage these people quite well. The planning for the 3 soft months, your company really understanding that it's a very powerful investment vehicle that you can use. You don't need complicated structuring. Simple sometimes is the best thing, and there's no need to go into these complicated trust vehicles if you don't need to, basically. They've got a place for them, but they're not always bit. Tax discipline, like I said, the tax office is in a position right now where they're razor sharp, they're attacking, they're not very forgiving. And understanding franking credits would be extremely powerful no matter where you guys go. So before I get into the AML part, any questions or comments on business taxation in particular? Like I'm seeing so many people falling down on tax right now with lack of money planning, lack of advice, lack of distant 10-year plans, basically. The rules are changing. I feel the key is simplicity. And just remember one thing as well, it's a strategy that I used myself, that your biggest tax-free asset is actually your principal place of residence. We forget that. There's the Robert Kiyosaki type things that talked about, well, don't buy a home because it doesn't earn income. He's right, there's no question about it. But look at what Australia's doing with residential housing. Basically, I decided to get myself into premium housing for one reason, knowing that premium always goes up. Even when they go down, it goes past its last height, basically, when it grows. And at the end of life, when I really want to downsize, it's going to be completely tax-free and no one can touch you on that. It's a good way to build up tax-free savings as well. Yeah, any questions, Mark, anything at all?
I think just one thing on that, I noticed that become they're hiring third parties now, aren't they, chasing down PAYG as well that they're doing?
Yeah, tax office has become really nasty. I mean, they've made it known like a question of pride, and they publicise it in their internal things. These are how many companies we put into liquidation. And to me, that's not really good, citizenship thing as a country, basically, to publicise it. There was a time you could do a payment plan on the telephone by just press 1, press 2, press 3. If you're below 50 grand, if you wanted less than 12 months, press 1 and boom, they would approve it. Now you have to speak to an officer. They're asking you for domestic budgets, business budgets, basically. They ask you why it happened. And an agency, what's hard about it is they ask about what is the business doing to cut back costs. So in our world, we don't really do cost cutting for agencies. There's stupid costs we'll get rid of. But this is one business where you need to put in money. You need money for associates to build reach. You need money for marketing to get profile. So we tend to write cost people when they come for advice, basically. So cutting back costs is something, it'd be the last thing I'll be doing when a company's on a downturn. But the tax office will say, well, they're spending, 200K on advertising and marketing. Well, why don't you cut that down to half? And I said, well, Mr. Officer, if I do that, it's going to kill the business. So no, we're actually recommending they put more to get more market positioning, right? Well, why don't you cut back on staff costs? Actually, we want more associates right now to do more prospecting work. They don't seem to understand the agency at all, right? They just don't understand agency. So the best bit is to remain very, very prudent. I just tend to work in a very prudent manner, basically, to say whether it's a business doing, 300 to 400 in GCI or doing, our largest one does what, not 20 mil basically in between GCI and property management income. We've still got them very, very on the tight with tax funds basically. I'll part and give you guys one thing before we get onto AML is the net return for some of these large agencies, when you're very large, it's very good, but these guys are not multi-office. They seem to be super property centers. The principals would have invested for at least 7 to 10 years before they see some real good, meaningful returns. But they tend to make between 12 to 15% at the most, and then shared between 2 to 3 to 4 business partners. So it's not as easy. Retention's very hard for these large people. Controlling property management is extremely hard, finding good staff. My feel, honestly, Mark, is I'll always go for a small, agile business instead, basically. And when I look at the agency HQ model here, you know, you've got the ability to earn 95% of your commissions, which means from where I stand, you're equivalent to a franchise shop without the franchise overheads. The missing gap that I see when I look at the back office figures is the rent rolls that across the 30, how many, 30 something active members? 40 odd members basically. Just building that rent roll side will be just an enormous potential. I know, honestly, it does work. AML side, guys, again, the government.
One more, sorry.
Yeah.
And what's your recommendation for that? What do you think? What should we be putting? 20% enough, or
Look, 20% is not enough because there's a lot of money getting made in the marketplace right now, and most of these young guys, look, the PYG, the employees of my clients, they're making an average of 170. The last fin year, they made $170,000 taxable. So from that, so you're at the top tax bracket there, Mark, completely so the average tax at that level will be at 35%. And then you've got your deductibles with your motor vehicle, mobile phone, expenses basically coming through. I would say putting aside 30% would be the least. And if you're not doing that and not learning how to live off 70%, all you're doing is delaying the problem until income tax time. We're dealing with one person basically that's got a 24-month repayment plan. But when I look at the interest he's paying to the ATO, all non-deductible, it is such a waste of money. Right? You can't even claim it anymore. So it's just not the viable thing anymore. And let's just take it, the government's not going to get kinder. Labor government's all about big spending, so they need the money, they need the tax money, and I don't think they're going to relent. I don't think any government will relent, honestly, basically, because even to have now that Labor government's loaded up every government department with employees, it'll take a real courage for any team to say, well, we're going to lay you people off. It's not in the public interest to do so. So high tax regime is something we just have to live with. Australia is changing, unfortunately. It's becoming a country for the worse when it comes to taxation, basically. But Matt, a lot of positives in terms of what it is. It's better than being out there, I can tell you that for sure. Right, AML. So what the government's done is again dipped in to use agencies to do some free work for them. So they started with developers in GST when developers were selling properties, and then just when the BAS was due and all that GST was supposed to be collected and paid over to the tax office, they would sink the development company and keep all that GST on developments. So they then put it into the real estate forms that the GST is meant to be now monitored and picked up by real estate agents for brand new projects. They have now gone into AML, and what they're worried about is money coming in across deals. It could be vendor deals, could be buyers getting involved, where the money's coming in from suspect parties. And you are now the eyes and ears for Australian government to let them know. The way the laws are written, guys, is that if we find something has happened and we find out you didn't tell us, we're going to take it that you are a party to the breach and you assisted in the offence. So I'll talk about some of the prestige clients we've got and a couple of things that happened. So our farmland and water supplies are under deep interest from China. We know that, right? I know that Ray White Rural that I was connected with for a long time basically sold a lot of land out there basically before there's any monitoring. The government simply wants to prevent cattle farms, our main farms, water supplies going to foreign sources. They're trying to avoid commercial units going to foreign land, and they're trying to also monitor prestige property going in as well. But they're trying to make sure that we as agents now highlight to the government who the party is. So some states mark it much better than others. Queensland's actually way behind because we were not used to picking up IDs at all, right? When I go to New South Wales, I think it just seems to be a very common thing where they ask the driver's license for the vendor and buyers, hey, who are you? It's a very common thing here. But right now, the need for you to know who your client is, whether it's a vendor or a buyer, you need to know who they are. If it's a company, you need to do a search on the company. The company could be a trustee for a trust. Before, when the contract gets signed, it is now up to the agency to figure out, sir, who are you? And is there a trust deed? All right, well, we will be asking for the trust deed, who are the beneficiaries of a trust deed, because it could be a trust formed in Australia with a beneficiary sitting in Asia, India, South America, Africa, somewhere, Middle East, we don't know. So just the need to really interview people. Now, a couple of things that happened with clients, we look after a lot of trust accounts, and we had several high value deals, and these were properties around the, let's just around the $20, $30 million mark, so prestige, high value sales. A series of transactions happened with our clients, and they happened too easily, too quickly. But the lawyer for the buyer and the lawyer for the seller were from one ethnic community. The money came in from a foreign source from 10 different transactions, right? And these were big chunky figures basically, but they come in, the bank statement narrative was not similar, and you can understand internet banking limits one day after the other, but this was coming in from different sources. From talking to the agent, we believe that due diligence on that property didn't quite occur, but within 20 days, they just terminated. And then we got instructions to say, take this money and would you please apply it into the following directions, and they were paid to completely different solicitor accounts, unrelated to the first ones we'd came across. So it was money coming in, used guised as a property transaction, and then suddenly they had no intention to buy the property whatsoever, and they then spread it out to different people. Now, from 1st of July 2026, that would be a reportable matter. On that occasion, we actually refused to do the trust transaction, to say we don't agree with this one. We will actually have to report this one to AUSTRAC just as an Australian company, being a good citizen, because it's large, it's unusual, and it's just doesn't really fit in. We'd like to pay back the buyer. Basically, can we have the buyer's details, or can we have the buyer's solicitor's details so he's responsible for that money going back? And we were told as a standoff, absolutely, this will not be allowed to happen. You pay exactly the parties. And it was almost a 20-day standoff before they agreed to say, just pay the solicitor, we'll do it via that solicitor. So they would put pressure on that person. Can you now spread it across the ways? So these happened with several transactions. I guess AML's been played a lot for money making as well. I'll tell you, there's a lot of companies, I know there's a lot of companies doing it really well. New Zealand was ahead of the game, by the way. They've been doing this AML stuff for a long time. So there's a company called AML Hub. It's natural for them to do it over here. But the hype that's been built, I just want us to be a bit careful about it, is it's about you understanding the risk of your agency, right? We're not all at risk. If you're selling simple mum and dad homes, 2-bedders, 3-bedders, apartments, $1 million transactions, if your average sale price is $1 million, and there just happens to be a normal family coming in their names, no companies, no trust basically, it's a normal transaction. If the money's coming in from Suncorp into a Westpac into a Macquarie, NAB, whatever, NZ, it's okay. The risk is minimum. But what you're going to have to do from here is by 31st March, all your agencies have to now register with AUSTRAC, because you are going to be a AUSTRAC service provider. You have to be. The fact you're a licensed agency, whether you've got a trust account or not, Agency HQ will have to do it on account of managing a trust account, but you still have to do it individually there. So 31st March, that's the first level in. The second aspect is that between your respective agencies and Agency HQ, there's going to have to be a lot more close funneling of the identities of the parties, and we'll set that system up for Mark well behind scenes. It doesn't kick off until 1st of July, but we will want to know whether this is an ordinary mum and dad selling, whether it's an ordinary mum and dad buying, whether we'll control the trust account part for you because we know exactly where the money's coming in. But the laws are set up in a manner that if there's anything unusual, we will have to call you straight away to say, hey, before you allow this contract to proceed, there's certain questions that you need to answer. We will supply them. You need to go back to your buyer or seller, get the questions answered. The government has said that you need to be audit ready, which means we can walk in any time, and whether it's a $500,000 transaction or a $5 million or a $20 million sale, the paperwork is exactly the same. So it just may mean that some of the files that you keep in the office and the IDs may need to be shared, and from time to time I might just nominate Leah or someone, Mark, or within the office, to make a call to say, look, we need the following information from AUSTRAC, and it's up to you then to notify your party to say, look, this has been unusual, we can't explain it, would you have any information you'd like to share with us? And we're going to have to pass it on to AUSTRAC anyway. If the transaction goes through without alerting, and there happens to be something wrong found about a year later, thinking, oh, that money came in, was paid to agency HQ and it belonged to, say, O'Brien, and they bought collection properties, basically. The question they will ask is, well, what checks did you do to find out this was unusual? You have to prove that came across ordinary, I've got their IDs, the money came in ordinarily, there was nothing that we saw that's unusual. So I don't think it's a big hype. My impression of going through the cycle from start to finish was it's another big administration headache the government's passed on to us. We're already free tax collectors through the BAS, through the PAYG system, basically. We're now free GST collector for developers. We're now going to be free AUSTRAC investigators for them for anything large or unusual. So I think there's nothing to get too much alarmed about, but it is a big thing in case you don't have a process. So collecting IDs, finding out who the company is, if there's a company buyer or seller. If it says as instrument, under instrument of, or as trustee for, big flags, because somebody is representing something else. We need to now just find out who those parties are and have the courage to speak to them and say, we need that trustee to find out who you're representing. If the money comes in and they say, we're waiting for money to come from uncle and auntie overseas, big watch. We have to really find out who that is, right? And we will have to ask, where is the source of that money? It's almost a banking question to ask. I mean, bankers ask that sort of question. I know that I tried to withdraw money for a bit of a reno on cash, and I was investigated, and I said, this is my own money. Why are you asking me these questions? He said, so we have to, what's the name of the party you're paying, and why are you paying them cash? Hey? Never. Yeah, you're damn right. Yeah, you're damn right. Except in the United Kingdom, by the way, honestly, James, if you bank more than £5,000 in cash, they will just say, okay, would you just sit in that office? That office actually locks and you will not be allowed out, and they will call the Metropolitan Police to say, where do you get that cash from? £5,000, that's $10,000. So the world is really tying down on money laundering. They're after these guys in a big way, there's no question about it. The shame about it is money laundering is not a good thing, I get it, but all they want is tax out of it. Squandering. That's the shame part, honestly. What's that? Yeah, they caught it a tranche too. But the agency is doing the transaction, transacting the transaction, negotiating the transaction, and receiving the trust deposit. So they're just doing the title legal part, right? Transferring from one party name to another with basic checks. You are doing the actual transaction and facilitating a property sale, which could be, political interest person. So they call it a person of political interest. There's a register we have to check for that. Is this a party from another government source that has done something wrong? Could be a Gaddafi, could be a Saddam Hussein type family, could be a Middle Eastern type family, could be money coming in from China, could be from Taiwan. There's people already registered of people, and they've been caught, they've been known to be representatives of parties. There's a lot of Indian people coming in, a lot of people in Ukraine. They've all been identified. They're represented floating in Australia. They're students, by the way, that are studying in universities here. They've got no money to their name, but they will flag at auction, 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million. They're representing other parties, right? So when you come across a university student and, passionately bloody bidding, there's an issue there, because these guys are buying properties on behalf of other people, right?
Some of those larger deals that might be holding the deposit as stakeholder.
Beg your pardon, sir?
On some of those bigger deals where there may be trust companies involved,
Yeah.
they may be worth a solicitor holding the money in trust as the stakeholder rather than us.
So James, yeah, and everyone is thinking along those lines, except these solicitors are now thinking, hang on a minute, that's putting us on the radar here. And we're going to charge a handling fee. So a lot of my clients were doing that to say, should we just get away from this by using the vendor solicitor to do it? Except the vendor solicitor said, well, we're going to be charging $300-400 for this transaction, because they don't want to do the trust accounting themselves.
To the seller.
Yeah, the vendor solicitor, yeah, correct. So that's the issue. And again, your problem is that with your deposit, you naturally want to protect your commission as well, don't you? So that, again, so for me, look, honestly, the laws are here to stay. We can circumvent your way around it. Unfortunately, they've got us I suspect through March, April, May, June, there'll be so many ads on Seek with agencies wanted compliance manager, compliance manager. All we're going to be getting is the rubbish out of the banking industry. And these guys are going to be coming in at rates between $90,000 to $120,000 for what? Collecting IDs, doing searches, looking at trust deeds, talking to agents. Hey, who is this? Calling people like us to say, by the way, can you give us clearance on the trust accounting? Did that money come in from a known source? We can trace it with one way. John Smith buyer, money came in from, Ian Jones sitting in Ukraine somewhere. So the trust receipt provides that we have to name the person the money came from, on whose behalf, on behalf of the property transaction. So there's two different parties involved. It's an immediate flag. My trust account's already been trained on that to say, guys, if the buyer's one thing, the money's coming in from the buyer with his name on it, that's fine. So if the property crashes, we will definitely send it back to that area. But we've got the ID, and at least it's the same thing. But if it comes in from a third party, it's a major flag. So, look, Mark, these bits with government legislation, there's a lot more legislation coming out than you can ever imagine. And it's going to make compliance really hard, business management really hard. My thing is right now that, look, it's just better off complying with the laws, knowing what they are, because the penalties of not doing the right thing is just going to derail you from commissions, honestly. It's just not worth it. One of my employers actually did do some of that type of stuff in my distant past. And honestly, they reversed, brought that money back into circulation, decided let's just pay the tax, because even they identified in Africa, people choose not to pay tax, not for any bad, money laundering is not a bad thing with drugs and women and stuff like that. They simply feel we're going to pay the tax, but the government's going to steal the money anyway. Why bother paying? Different reasons for money laundering out there. But even they decided with the sophisticated systems, let's just bring all that stuff back in. When I met them last year, I said, how's it going with all the side books? He says, mate, we're a clean operation. We pay our tax completely. So look, honestly, government is hard. Yeah, I sort of sympathise with that part. It does make business doing a little bit harder, but AML, honestly, I feel with just knowing your client really well, picking up the right information, the rest will handle internally as agency HQ, and as soon as we set up the systems, we'll be in touch as to how that needs to work.
I think, it's funny, so this week, I know people in New South Wales here, it's gone from just the usual CPD.
Yeah.
Now we just did a second day, which is run by the government, which is a 5 hours of doing their CPD, and even that state revenue stuff now. That one I got the other day, never even heard of.
Yeah.
That was they're asking that because they're checking up people who are lying about first home grants, right? They're doing the old why have you got a lease on this property when you had. So every level of government are after money, and it's just like you say, compliance is just going to get heavier and heavier and heavier, and it's like so just we're in a pretty good position to be fully licensed now because it's and another reason why a lot of people don't want to become licensed, right? I mean, it will be interesting as the industry moves forward, and you see, without naming names out west, that our friend out there.
Which one? Both of them got suspended.
Yeah, well, look, say it politely for Josh Teslin, supposedly, allegedly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, I mean, and all sorts of stuff they've been accused of, with, buying stuff in wife's names and underquoting and overquoting, you name it. I mean, it's just like a list of
Yeah.
And I think it's just almost like what we've come into now is it'll be interesting, I think, over the next 12 months to 2 years about who stays in industry, how it goes, licensing in general, integrity, building an office, responsibility around things, and it's tough out there, and you've got to be, compliance is a huge part of the business now.
It is, Mark, and I think where we're caught right now is that the power of social media can destroy a reputation like this overnight, as you know, right? Yeah. And it's one of those things that keep the ethical side clear. The press loves a good story, and they'll sensationalize it in a massive way online, as you know. Yeah. And this industry's so bloody fierce. The bounce ball effect of one agent talking about, did you see that guy? He talked about Tesla and he did the wrong thing, basically. So the real idea is to make sure that strong admin really exists with your paperwork. Doing the right thing is more important now more than ever, basically. The government's employed so many compliance officers, auditors, basically, and you wonder, and these guys are highly paid people and they've got all the time in the world, right? I know this person that we looked after for the fringe benefits tax on the logbook, basically, the entire affair lasted 9 months. Story at the end, by the way, finale was, she challenged the Office of Fair Trading part, by the way. So as a tax office, we had to pay the bill, but there was some demeanours with the Office of Fair Trading part with some serious breaches. And the whole thing was, well, you know, I didn't realise the laws, but if I knew then what I know now, can you plead? And they came up with a declaration that we will take you to court. There's publicity involved, which we will use. Your licence is taken away with no grounds of appeal, and we will not allow you to operate under a certificate either. Very much leave the industry because of trust account anomalies. Small things, the largest anomaly was $2,000 or $3,000, not money taken, by the way, just poor trust accounting at a property management level because she'd had turnover over a 6-month period, and property managers just messed up the trust account. But the way they came in over that time, they spent 9 months with lawyers, government lawyers, really razor sharp, ready to make an example, basically. And that person's out of the industry, by the way, completely, just never came back. The daughter's running the show, basically, and doing the best she can, basically. But yeah, the government has turned very sharp, and just keep that in mind.
All things down, you know, like fair trading, talking about, because, you know, there are auctions every weekend now, they're checking the auctions, but they're also checking social media, like you said before. So, you know, all those days, sold for 300,000 reserve. Right, let's go check them for underquoting, right? So they're checking everything. So just be, you know, just say, hey, had a great result for our vendor. Don't need to say you were 300,000 over, it's just a great result for our vendor, all that sort of stuff, yeah? Because it just, now it's just throwing up flags everywhere. So,
Yeah, well, thanks, Mark, again, for allowing me to come in, and thank you, everyone.
hey,
Appreciate
any
your time.
questions for Sanjeev before he gets off? Because
No,
there's
all
a
good.
lot of stuff he covered there today. Any questions?
Easy.
We're going to let you off easily.
Thank you.
That was great.
Cheers. Thank you. Cheers. I don't know how to switch that on.
That's all right. I'll just have a chat to our guys over there. Is everyone getting a lot from this today? Good. I do appreciate that. And Sammy's not a professional speaker. I think you did a great job, mate. That was fantastic. Thank you. And we will come back to you. We'll put all that in process for the AML and come back to you on what you've got to do. As Sanjeev said, though, it will be, we'll have to register for the AML there, and then, but we'll get all involved with that. We'll still do the trust and coming back there. It's all stuff we've got to do, not stuff to be scared about. Again, like he said, he tells you, but it's not, don't be worried. We just go do and run our business. And everyone here, and I know for a fact everyone here, because we do the compliance, as everyone here is doing all the right things. And so you've got zero to worry about. And that's why I just, a couple of things I will always bring on that. Firstly, is, you know, when the girls come back to you and say, hey, can you give us this? Can you do that? That's their job. They're our gatekeepers sitting there and the VAs, and they do a good job of being a gatekeeper. And sometimes that can be annoying when you're the gatekeeper, right? Because they say, but you know, but this is a $10 million sale. It's like, yes, but if we get it wrong, it won't be a $10 million sale and you'll miss out on a lot of commission. So the girls always come back and make sure you've got it right. And that's that, and they'll keep on going. And we'll keep on being that way. And the other thing is too, on the property management side, sometimes I get calls from Yasmin who wants to kill people, and because you know, especially now, I know and Kate as well, sitting in Victoria, when you sit in those two states in particular, where we've got the big rent rolls, you know, unfortunately now it's not a matter of, yes, tenants can be very frustrating, but the reality is, right, they've got a lot of rates, and you just can't go, well, you know, why do I have to fix this, or why have I got to do that, or you know, they can. It's not like that at all, and there's so many rules around it now, and tenants' rights and what they've got, you know, with pets and domestic violence orders and AVOs and you name it comes into it. You know, a property manager and a good property manager it's a hard job. And so sometimes, even though you might say, you know, your vendors might come to you as agents and go, oh man, I can't believe it, can't we just get rid of them or whatever? And you're going, yeah, just get rid of them. Can't do it. So I know that's the temptation, right? And but everything's all the same old story, right? And again, it's that power of social media that's out there. It's a great thing, but it's a two-edged sword, you know, on the pod. And even years ago, and I go back to the days when the heyday of McGrath, and we used to have a ladies in charge of PR called Terry Sicilian, and man, she was one nasty hard woman, but she had to be. And her, you didn't do anything unless you got approval from Terry. And even to the point of an auction, you turn up for an auction, and if the media were there, you'd have to ring Terry and say, you know, Channel 9's here, what have you. And she'd talk to them and either give you the nod to do it or you'd have to go inside. And the reason for that was, and she'd always say, here's the thing, this week, your photo will be up on Channel 9 because you had a great auction and what a great job. Next week, they'll use that same footage because someone's been done for, you know, fraud, but they don't care whether it's you'll be used that same footage. So everything in PR is life, right? There's always two edges to it. So be very careful what you do. Just keep on doing what you're doing. You guys are all great, but just be aware of those things and aware of the whole space now that we live in, unfortunately, the world of there. I think we've earned a break for everyone online. What are we now? We're at 11:36. So lunch will be served up here about 11:45. So how about we come back about 12:30? That gives everyone time to bathroom, get another coffee downstairs. Just remember, it's on us. Just tell them Agency HQ if you want another one. Lunch, like I say, sandwiches and everything coming up at 11:45. And yeah, have some fresh air and see you all back here at 12:30. All good? Thank you. Okay, I think we're all set to go. I think everyone's back in the room. Hopefully, our people live streaming are back on board as well. If you see me talking, this is not because I think you have to worry about my voice here. Obviously, the live stream people have got our recording going through as well. This afternoon session, guys, just like we said before, we've got two great speakers to come. First of all, we're going to talk to Trevor. Trevor, we've worked with a long time now. He's with Property Me, which is the Phoenix group. They do our websites for us and building into the CRM. And then we've got Mr. Friend who's come in here and he's got some amazing stuff to show. And we'll talk a bit more before that, before we talk to Nick as well. And then we've got a bit of planning to do afterwards at the end there. So we'll print those out and get the planning to go as well. So we've got quite a good afternoon. I hope you're all awake. Hope you're well fed. Keep on eating. We've got plenty of sample. We've got more food up there. I know what to do with, so please, and then take some home. Do whatever you want with it. It's all good. And so that's great to have everyone. Next speaker, Trevor, we first met years ago when we were starting up and we were looking for a good CRM. And at that stage, Trevor was with Eagle before they sold out to MRI. And so we loved the product. It was a good product because we needed not only the residential side of a CRM, but we also needed the commercial side as well, because the commercial guys, I don't know if anyone deals a lot in commercial here, but it's a completely different world they live in with units and sizes and all the rest of it. So their CRMs are completely different, and you need to have a completely different world with it. And Eagle filled the bill nicely. As we've grown and as we go forward, Eagle's still a good product, but they've been bought out by a bigger company. Sometimes those sort of things are good. So we've been looking at different things, and Trevor and his team joined Property Me, and they've built out the original, because they were the original owners of Eagle. They've built out a really good product, we think, with Property Me and a CRM, which we're investigating at the moment. And as we move forward, and this is something we'll talk about with Nick later on, Sanjeev talked about earlier, how years back and when I was back with Hardcore, we were talking about what's the need for the industry and what will it be like, and how Agency HQ was sort of done and born. It's now like, well, we're talking about what's going to be the next 5 years. Always talking about what's going to be the future of real estate, because we know with AI, with different products coming up, everything's going to evolve, right? Everything's going to change and change rapidly. And that's the amazing thing, like when you talk from 1900 to 2000, things took 100 years to evolve, and then from 2020 to 2026, it's like quadrupled, right? So it's just going to get faster and faster and faster, and we've got to be ahead. And you can't say on one side, franchises are dead and they're dinosaurs, they're not changing, and then we don't change. So we're going to have to adapt, and we want to be the adapters, and we want people to follow us, not the other way around. So as part of all that, we'll talk about that later, but I'll introduce you now to Trevor Bragg, who does a great job and puts you through Property Me. Thanks, Trev.
Thank you, Mark. I don't know where to clip this. I'm not used to this either. Okay, here we go. Well, thank you very much, Mark. We're really privileged and proud to be here with Agency HQ. As Mark mentioned, about a year ago, I think it was, at last year's kickoff, we started a project as Phoenix Software to be helping the group with their websites. And, I think the team's done a really good job on the Agency HQ head office website, the property management website, the recruitment website, and we've built a couple of websites for some of the network members as well, and we'll show you some of those. So at that time, we were in discussions with Property Me. I wasn't able to say anything. We were held to very strict confidentiality clauses and so forth, but we saw that as a real good opportunity for us to provide the best in breed CRM service that's available in the marketplace. There's a lot of legacy systems out there at the moment that have been there 10 years plus. They're not evolving. They're not changing with the times. They're stale, they're old, and agents want more from their CRM. They want it to be easier to use. They want it to be smarter. They want to embrace AI, and they just want it to grow their businesses. And that's where we're proud to say that When Property Me took us on, obviously we had to do what they wanted, but they named the CRM service Grow CRM. And I think that's essential to what we're all about here today, to grow our businesses. So, and it was good because Mark gave me a little topic, I think it was what is the future of CRM? And it's got me thinking, and I've got my ideas on it, but as always, I put it into AI and see what they came up with, and we're pretty much aligned with what the future of CRM is. So I picked out probably 5 of the main ones that I thought are really important. And the first one there, and I don't know why this keeps flicking out, but client experience focus. The whole point of the CRM is to help you build your relationships with your clients. Does anyone know what CRM means? Relationship management, that's right. So sorry for it flicking out. So it's all about helping you manage those relationships with clients. Now, I don't know about you guys, and I think you probably got it harder than what I have. I use a CRM every day in my business. I do my daily tasks, I follow up my pipeline of deals, I'm logging all my calls, and everything is done in the CRM. Now, I don't deal with as many people as what you guys deal with. Now, I'm 52 years old and I forget things. So if you're dealing with massive amounts of people on a day-in-day basis, I don't know how you can not use a CRM in your business, because you just can't remember everything, okay? And you will have people come up to you out of the blue and say, oh, I know you, I get your emails or something like that, and you got no idea who that person is. And especially if you are using Eagle, because I know Eagle, and if you're using a CRM like ours, you've probably got some workflows and automations going on, okay? And they're going out to help promote you and your business, but you still need to be tapped into that CRM to know exactly who that person is. And that's what the CRM is meant to do. It's there to help you in your relationships. And smarter workflows and automations. So if you're not automating the routine and mundane in your business, you're going backwards. There's no reason why you should be having to sit there reminding people manually of an open inspection you've got on the weekend. You should not be, after an inspection, manually sending out text messages or emails to people thanking them for coming. That can be all automated. You should not be sitting there manually sending out your open home for inspection every week. That can be automated. All these things can be automated today, okay? And that's what a good CRM will allow you to do. So tapping into the workflows and the automations is really important, and that's going to be a big game changer. AI, everyone's talking about AI. I'm sure Nick will get into it as well, and it's fantastic. You have to tap into it, you have to leverage off it, and your CRM should be doing the same. So and what I'll show you a couple of instances in Grow CRM, but we're not even at the furthest part of where AI can take us. But essentially, what we can do now is we can help you with those tasks. We can write emails for you. We can write SMS. We can do those basic things. But where it's going to go is it's going to be generating call lists for you. It's going to trawl through that data that's in your CRM and identify opportunities for you. The REA people, and I'll show you some practical examples as to how that can work in your CRM as well. But it's all about the data. And the AI will help you surface that data to show those opportunities. I'll just go to that one. Mobile and voice first. So everyone's got a mobile phone, I assume, and you should be using your CRM mobile app for as much as possible. So the mobile apps will continue to develop. And I know that a lot of the CRM providers in Australia, their mobile apps are not developing. They're not putting in new features. They're not making it easier for you. It's not tied into the automated system within the CRM. So we're very conscious of that, and we want to make sure that we're building our mobile app so it assists you and you're not having to rely on having to go back into the computer and do it. Okay, we want you to be able to work on the go, because the reality is you're always out there. And a big one that Sanjeev touched on, security and compliance. Now, I know multi-factor authentication is a pain in the ass. Everyone hates it, but it's a reality of today's world. People want to steal your information, and it's not your competitor down the road wanting to get your list, okay? People want to get into the trust account. People, and I've heard stories, they go in there, they change the bank details, and the trust account, it's just doing the transfer. It's going offshore somewhere, and they had no idea. So it's really important, and CRMs have to be like this. I know of one CRM that's still out there in the marketplace, no security on their logins at all, no two-factor authentication. Now, when you start dealing with companies like ours and like the MRIs and the refits, we take this very seriously and we do it to protect you, okay? So minor inconvenience, but definitely something that you need to be conscious of. So our roadmap, what we're really about are these 4 principles. We want to make sure that our software, and I'm not just talking about our CRM software, PropertyMe is probably the largest residential property management supplier in Australia, 6,500 agencies. And what we want to do is have one ecosystem for our clients. So everything that we do, we want to save time for our clients. Can't remember what the second one. We want to make it simple to use, okay? And that was always a principle that we had when we were at Eagle, Phoenix, and now with CRM Grow. Simple to use. We want to solve those genuine problems. What are your problems, okay? Especially around the tech space. Consolidation, too many subscriptions. You know, all these things come into play. What Sanjeev was talking about with your money in your pocket. You know, the industry is rife with so many suppliers out there and everyone wants a couple $100 a month. What we want to do is consolidate all that into one in as much as possible. And obviously having it highly automated with workflows and automation. So, and I'll share these slides with you as well. Sorry about it flicking out, but what we'll do now is just jump out of here and let's jump into the CRM. And I want to keep this open as well. If you have any questions, feel free to yell out. So I don't think many people would have seen, no, we'll do that later. So this is the Grow CRM service. For people who are Eagle users, you will notice a lot of similarities. So we haven't strayed from our philosophy and what we think about CRM should be. So our menu is down the left-hand side, and I suppose a lot of the areas you're mainly dealing in is the CRM, the contacts area, and the properties and the listings area. But what I wanted to do today is just really talk about lead generation and growth. So the idea is when you have a contact that's in the system, what we want to do is track as much information as possible about this person. And I went here to this, I think it's one of the guys' inquiries on realestate.com, okay? So all the CRMs capture all the inquiries that come in off the portals. What you're probably not aware, or what you might have noticed, is whenever someone inquires, they have to log in now. They have to put in their details and log in before they send in an inquiry. But what happens here is they have these options. What best describes you? Buy and keep my home. Buy and live in my first home. Buy an investment property. Has anyone noticed those coming through? Great, okay. And these things are telling you a story about these people. If they're buying and keeping my current home, well, not much we can do there. If they're buying and living in their first home buyers, buy and sell, that's a big one. That's a lead for you. And that's why my ears pricked up when the lady from REA said you should be going into Ignite and checking those records. Now, the good news for us is when we capture these inquiries, on the contact record, we have this buying area and we update the buying intent for you. Just wait for that to come back. In this area here. So if someone inquires and they say they're upsizing or buying and moving or downsizing, they're a potential lead. If you want to start growing your rent roll, you should be talking to the people who nominate investment for rent. Now, they might not buy your property eventually, but they're an investor. They're a potential landlord. If you build the relationship with that person, you might win the management. And you've got Agency HQ that can provide the rental service for you. So, you know, there is an opportunity within your existing data to grow your businesses. Now, further to this, once this information's been captured into the software, we can then enroll them, or we actually have a couple of workflows. This is one of our workflows. It's called prospecting, identifying leads. And the way these workflows work is we have trigger events. So this one is when a contact trigger or a contact is changed. And you'll see we've got, if the buyer intent contains investment to rent out, we put them into this prospective landlord group automatically for you. If the buyer situation is own my own home, put them in the prospective vendor. They might have to sell. Same for if they're upsizing, they're a prospective vendor. I don't know why this keeps cutting out, but I'm sorry. And so forth. So we do this mapping for you, but we can go further. We have another workflow and automation that once that person's put into a certain group, the prospective vendor group, we have a nurture sequence and it will start communicating with them straight away. And we've written the content for you, but I know Nick's got a lot of content. You can use his content if you want to put it in, but we just give you that sort of roadmap that you can start to see the potential of what you can do within this CRM. So this email will go out. What's your property really worth in today's market? Now, the purpose of these emails is to keep them very short, sharp, and to the point. People don't read these days. We're very visual, okay? And if you can put a video in there or something else, that's great as well. And we do really want a call to action. We want them to do something within that email that's being sent to them. We want them to click. We want them to go back to the website, to the appraisal form, something like that. So ideally, you want to have a call to action in there. Now, in most cases, people won't respond to that first email. They don't know you. So what? But the system will wait 14 days. But you can change that time period. If you want to move quicker, you can change it to 7 days. I wouldn't change it to 1 day. I'd give them a little bit of breathing space. Then it will move on. If that person's still in that prospective vendor group, because we might have got lucky, this person might have said, yeah, give me an appraisal. Then we move them to a different group. But if they're still in the prospective vendor group, we send them another email. 3 signs your property has increased in value. Again, very short, sharp, to the point with a call to action. And that process continues on. And we've written it for you, it's all there. And I'm sure, and I'm happy to work with Nick on this, if there were specific ones for the group, we can throw them in there very easily. Very, very easily. And then the other big one, which I would recommend you do, and this comes back to your CRM, I'd be adding in a record where we're going to do a follow-up task. And we're going to call that person. And that'll go to your task list. So Sanjeev was talking about your process, your marketing process. This is it. This is what will fill your tasks and pipeline of opportunities just by following this up. Any questions on that? No? Great.
Trevor, just sorry.
Yeah, Mark.
So the pipeline, so if I get, so how much work do I have to do to get that pipeline feeding through? How does that work? So if I, because I just know, mate, I love CRMs, but I also know how much time I'm spending in them. So how much work is involved with it?
Okay.
We're all agents here. Come on, let's all be honest. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so when you take on the CRM, now we have to talk about it from a group perspective, but in simple terms, all you have to do is turn on that workflow, one green button. Because we're capturing the REA inquiries, the people are saying I'm looking, I need to downsize or whatever. We know that, we put them into the group, your workflows turn on and it starts. Hard to believe, isn't it?
Yeah. So we manually put them in?
No.
No, nothing.
Don't touch it, leave it alone.
Yeah. Oh, good.
As long as you've got the data in the CRM, then you could.
Yeah, so
When it comes to putting the data into the CRM, it's a simple spreadsheet.
well, there's a couple of ways to do it. Now, the good news is, as an Eagle CRM provider, we can get all the data and bring it in automatically, okay? So you don't have to redo that again. If you wanted to add your own people in there, by all means, you can do that. You can put them into that group and that will trigger that workflow as well. So if you know you've got prospective landlords that you're not putting into your CRM because you're worried other people are going to steal them, you could do that, put them in and they just run.
So that workflow there you set up automatically from the prompt on the real estate inquiry as to what.
That's what we've done, yeah. We've got 2 workflows. One is called the identify leads. Sorry, just identify leads. So basically that is to identify sellers and identify investors. Property Me, we're very interested in that part because we deal, it's interesting, since I've gone from Eagle to Property Me, the whole property management department are crying out for a CRM because there's nothing out there for them. And they're very interested in that part of identifying investors. And that's where they get their leads from a BDM perspective. But the process is similar. They go out and they do a rental appraisal. You guys are going out doing sale appraisals. Same process, just different terminology. So we've got two workflows running concurrently: identify leads. Then once we know what they are, we've got the prospective vendor one and we've got a prospective landlord one as well. Same process, different information, same time frames, same. Now, we can only do so much, and then it's up to you guys to hit the phone, call them, build on the relationship, do the appraisal and do your job. But that's what's possible today. And I can assure you that most CRMs don't have that. I know Eagle does have that. Whether they activate it and do it is another story, but the rest don't have it. So your agent boxes, your vaults, all the big players, they don't have that technology. So I just wanted to share that with you. The CRM has all these other things that are in it, all your standard functionality, but that was something that I just really wanted to, just so you got a little bit of value out of it and you could see the potential in it, okay? Outside of that, there's also the marketing module. And this has been a bugbear for a lot of people with their CRMs, and a lot of them have to go and tap into third-party applications. So again, in terms of simplicity, if we want to target certain groups, we can come down and target our prospective vendors. We can then select all and send a bulk email campaign. Give your campaign a name, doesn't matter what it is. Load your template. It's just loading. We have placeholders. Yes, Nick?
Question. If we would go into, and just something that we'll cover in a bit, like
Yep.
Marketing campaigns, Mother's Day, Father's Day,
Yep.
etc. Can there be some kind of an API integration from ours into that they can see anything that we put in, just automatically things, or?
I don't know about an API, but we could definitely preload some of the templates in here. So when you go to create, when we go to create a campaign, the team will see them all here like this, and they'll be named whatever. So it might be Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas, whatever it might be. But you just go and pick the template. There'll probably be some preset content for you. There'll be placeholders for your brand and your profile photo, which I would encourage, because a lot of these emails people don't read, but it's repetition that gets you known. It's just doing it consistently. And then you might have a lead article with a headline. That's a picture section. If you want to access stock photos, you can come in here, put in a keyword, property investment, just as an example, and it will load up some photos for you. Drop them in. Nice and simple. I know a lot of people are starting to get into video. Would encourage that as well if you want to use them. Add a piece of content, drop in a video block, find the video, maybe one of Nick's videos, click off, and it will load in. Nice and simple. So even though you're leveraging off the template, you can customize it to suit as well. And then sending is very simple. Oh, sorry, I should mention the other thing, because I did say mobiles. Everyone's on mobile phones, normally checking their emails on their mobiles first of all. They've got to be looking good on the mobile device. Like that. So you can be assured when they're going out, you're being presented in your best light. To send, really simple. You've got your campaign name, who it's coming from, who the replies go to, and then which groups. Again, we can go and find our prospects and send. Nice and simple. So they're just a couple of things that are possible within this CRM. So we'll talk more about that in the coming weeks and so forth, but definitely get into your CRM, start identifying those those opportunities. Go through your REA inquiries, look for those people, or go into Ignite actually, that's probably better because it gives you the score and you can go in and see those people. Yeah, there will be gold in there for you. So the other thing we do for Agency HQ is the websites as well. So just thought I'd bring up a couple. This is the Northern Territory one we did for Simon. Yep. Okay, so we can also help you with your own website. Okay, obviously branded with the corporate colours. Properties are coming through from Eagle at the moment. Agent profiles can be updated. Your reviews, I'm not sure if you knew about reviews, but we can capture automatically your realestate.com and your domain reviews as well, straight into the website. So that's one example.
Can you bring existing reviews across from an old website?
From an old website? We can. What we do, there's a couple of ways we do it. When you take on a website, you get this content management area here, and there's an area for testimonials. You will see the existing testimonials, but you can create a new one. And then, you know, if it was, you just type in the testimonial. Just type that in and that'll go straight to your website. If you've got one with a photo of the happy seller at the front of the signboard, you can upload a photo of that. And if it's a different type of review, or you probably do 5-star, you wouldn't be doing 1 stars. And then it might be a Google review or another type of review, you can actually add those in as well if you want to. But the realestate.com and the Google ones, we can capture automatically. Google, you will have to have your own business page for us to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just we've got it in the name at the moment, so do we
In where, sorry?
because we've come across from the previous agency name,
Yep.
Google reviews are still under that, but it has been name.
Okay.
So it's a bit complicated.
Do you own that business?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go to that page and then you can suggest an edit and tell them that you're the owner, and then you can update, or you can log into Google and update your business profile.
Yeah, I just think that would create a duplicate.
It won't create. I actually did an email for someone the other day. I'll forward it to you on the instructions on what you do. So yeah, you can do that. Yep. We also did Todd's website here. So Todd has different branding to the Agency HQ, so we can handle that as well. I think Todd's been doing some blog posts, he tells me. So yeah, I would encourage you to be doing your blog posts as well. And they automatically, you know, very easy to upload them to your website. And these blog posts you could incorporate into your email templates as well. One piece of content can be used multiple places. Okay. We've done the head office website. I'm sure people have been on to that one. The rental HQ website as well is live, if you haven't seen that one. And the recruitment website as well, to grow the network. So that was all done by us, and yeah, we look forward to helping you with your own websites as well. Well, that's it from me. Any questions or comments? Or no?
Trevor, if we go ahead for that,
Yep.
training-wise, what sort of training will we need, time frame? I mean, obviously, Eagle is up in, what we say, June, July, I think it
Yep.
is. So obviously we have to get stuff going, so
Yep.
it's a seamless crossover, how it works.
Yeah. So I think the first part would be setting up the main account and then getting all the data across for each of the Eagle accounts that you've got in each state, and then we'd have to migrate that across. We might do one at a time. And then, yeah, we'd probably do a group training session. We've got training videos, which we'll share with everyone, but we might do a Zoom where I'll run that session and, you know, train people on how to use the software. But if you've been using Eagle, it'd be very similar. You'll notice similarities in, if you're adding your own listings in, basically the same structure and format. Slightly different.
Sorry, Trevor, have you got any questions or inquiries, like for back-end assistance? How would we do that?
Yep, so down the bottom here. So you've got contact support.
Is that the same as Property Me?
Yes.
It's just the text box?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
You don't call, you just send it.
Yes. Send a text. Send a message.
Yeah.
Our team will call you if they need to explain something, or if it can't be done via email, they will call you.
Yeah, that's been a frustration of mine with Property Me over the years, not being able to
Yep.
physically talk to someone.
Yep.
But if I type into the box, please call me regarding this, I've tried using the tutorials
Yep.
with no help,
Yep.
they will call.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So this is the reality in the tech space, okay? I'll just be totally honest with you. It's not just us. Try and go to Google and get help.
Yeah.
You won't.
Yeah.
Amazon, forget it. Facebook.
It's becoming harder and harder to
It is.
physically talk to someone.
It is. It is. And it's unfortunate. I don't deal that way. I like to pick up, Mark knows, pick up the phone and call him, you know. If you get my number, you can call me, all right? So, and I've always
Okay, 04.
94 185 794. There you go. I've never shied away from that, and I think that's probably part of the reason why I've hung around in this industry so long, is because I'm not afraid to take the calls. A lot of businesses, it's a way to reduce their costs, basically, and people self-serve.
30 seconds.
That's what I find. Most people are ringing, even I can fix it. If I can't fix it, then I delegate it to someone else. But most things can be fixed very quickly. Yeah, so that's the way that the SaaS industry is moving, and it's not just us, MRI, they all do it. They're all doing it. It's unfortunate, I don't agree with it either. I'd rather have a phone line, but that's the reality we live in. But yeah, the team's very good. They will call you if they can't explain it over email or you're not getting anywhere. So Property Me are very proud of their service levels. They've actually got stats on it, and I can share it with you. Like they try and resolve things within 4 minutes or something, and you know, they don't let things linger. And I know from our team personally, they're tracking them, because our support people, if they haven't resolved something in a matter of day or hours, they're onto them. Yeah, so they're meant to get back to clients quickly and fix it. So, yeah.
What about data, Trevor? Like,
Yes.
agents obviously mindful that their personal data, then it's going to have to get transferred.
Yep.
From one CRM to another.
Yep.
From a back office perspective.
Yep.
Trust camp, listing data, sale history. How does all that work?
Yep. So, still on here. Yep. So we've got what we did, and we're very conscious of this. We had someone who literally sat there at Eagle, who migrated the data. Property Me for years have been migrating property trust accounts from other providers automatically. So we thought we better do the same. So what we've gone and done is built an automatic migration tool for Eagle, Agent Box, Vault, and what's it called? IRE, Repeat Lettings. And there'll be more, there'll be Rex and others. So we've mapped it all out, and we basically bring everything across. What we don't bring across, unfortunately for the sales trust, are the current transactions that are within the sales trust. So if I go to my data migration here, so if you're using Eagle, we will bring across all your properties, all your appraisals, all your owners and purchasers, the contacts, the contracts, which are the sales and the parties involved in the sales. If you've got tenants, we'll bring them, notes, inquiries, which are linked to the listings. So you can go back to an old listing and go and find all the inquiries that were associated with it. That comes across as well. Okay. Your inspections, tasks, and sales trust, the ledgers do come across, but not the individual transactions. Okay. Any other questions? I think. That's all right. I'm glad you did it.
You do websites, you were saying?
Yes, we do websites.
So we just contact you if we...
Yeah, give me a call and we can talk about helping you with a website. Yep. Okay. Yep.
What's the approximate cost of that?
I'm sorry?
Approximate cost of setting up the website?
Yeah. I have to talk to Mark about this, because Property Me have actually wrapped us over the knuckles on a couple of things. So, but just to give you an idea, you'd be looking around $200 a month. There's no initial upfront fee, just the ongoing monthly fee.
We still do the page though.
No.
I think that's what he cracked that in a
I think that's what I'm referring to. Like, yeah, I can talk to my manager and we can have that discussion. But yeah, we might have to look at that because, yeah.
Obviously for live guys, that's really the
Yeah.
main,
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, we've just got to be, we've got to work in with the way that they want to do things now. We've lost our way of doing things. But,
corporate trip, that's what happens.
yeah, but you'll definitely get a great website if you do it with us, okay? And the support and service behind it too, okay?
When it comes to the automation, you do a lot of email, but is there SMS option?
There's definitely SMS. You can incorporate SMS, but you're paying for those SMSs. That's the only thing. So 11 cents a credit, and a credit's 160 characters. So don't go writing essays because you could have 5 credits. Yep.
How many characters, sorry?
160 characters. But the good thing now with AI, you just go shorten this message to 160 characters. Done. So
So for $200 a month, what are we getting?
you get a full website, full office website. Okay, so probably not to the extent of the head office website because that's got a lot of features built into it, but you will get a full menu. You will get some specific landing pages for sales. Like it's like the property report page, but it's not linked to CoreLogic, but it works similar to this one. Basically, where type in your address, request a market appraisal, those types of pages. We can do it for managements as well. You get the blog integrated, hosting's included, the reviews automatically come through to your website, and
Changes are done by you guys.
listings automatically come through. Updates and changes.
Say you want to change some of the text.
Yeah, you can do it yourself. If you don't want to, send it through to us and we'll do it. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing, and I think this was one of the reasons why Mark came to us for a website, because the previous provider, every little change on the website was going to cost you $300, $500. Yeah.
5,000 cuts, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so, that monthly fee covers all that. You just send through your request, we do it. It might be change the background photo, change something. Like even Todd, the other week, we changed your logo or something, just send it through, did it. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Well, thanks for your time. Yeah. Appreciate it.
Thanks, mate. Well done. All right. Big round of applause again for Trev. We appreciate him coming in here. Always supports us and always been a great supporter of Agency HQ, and we really appreciate that as well. So that's really, and again, just building on that relationship, guys, which we always have, and we always try to deal and keep with relations, because I just think it's important in this business to keep that going as you move forward. And how you staying here for a long time and get grey hair like me if you keep it. So it's good. So I think the next thing we will talk about now, and the next presenter, I'll give a bit of history behind it. If I don't hear from Nick, like within every second day with a new idea, I get worried and call him because I think he's died or run away or something. So, but I love it because he energizes me, and he's really, he started off as a sales guy and years around the eastern suburbs. And over the years sort of got into the space, started off bespoke media, and then he started to build and grow in real estate today, and got some great ideas, but more importantly energizes me too. I mean, Nick will call him, mate, I've got another great idea, let's do this. And it's good, right? Because that's what we need to be. And that's what I said before about where are we going to be in 5 years, 10 years, because that's what Nick always promised me on. Hey, yeah, mate, you're nice now, but there's a lot of buyers now catching up with you. You've got this, you're doing that. Where are you going to be? What are you going to do next? What's going to happen? And we've got to be thinking like that. We've got to be ahead of the game, not only us as a company, but you guys out there as agents, because it is all just, snowballing, and it's going harder, and people are getting out there, and 5-year-olds can work laptops and do things that we've got no idea what about. So it's just going to be the same thing as we grow, and we've got to be ahead of the game, and that's what we want to be. Nick, we started with, of course, we've got our marketing portal. Um, and we've got that in the back end we started off just some of the social media tiles, some of the thoughts about it, and that's evolved now. And now he's got some good, exciting announcements today. I'll get him up here. And he's got very skinny too. He's like, mate, I'm worried about you not eating. So, Nick Friend, everyone, a big round of applause for Nick. Just plug it in there. Yeah, as well.
What I'll do, if I publish this, I'll just send you a select. Matt, does that work? Oh, so.
If you can.
Yeah.
I'll just plug it in there. Make sure that goes as close as you can to you, because we're off of the live stream, so right at the top there. Oh, and by the way, luckily Nick knows us so well. The other night when I wasn't there, he got up to the stage and accepted our award. Did a great job apparently. Like he was there of the company, so I was very happy he was there.
Oh yeah, no, that's right. So I'll do the preview, and then we'll just do that screen. This should work. There may be shit on there. There's nothing on there. That's on the other side. Oh, hang on, no, sorry. Guys, I've never presented this one before. We only started building this like 8 days ago, so I'm still learning the platform. So we're going to have a lot of.
That's okay.
What the fuck do I do here? And then we do that one. Sweet. And then there should be. I'm going to try and get a pitch deck. Do that one. Righto, sweet. And then we've got to do this. All right, so like Mark said, I'm Nick, and a couple of things he didn't touch on, which, look, I'm going to bring them up because I've got the floor. I was the first agent in Australia to sell a property on social media 11 years ago, so in 2015. Now, that may not seem like such a big thing today because everyone's doing it, but back in 2015, in Sydney's eastern suburbs of Woollahra, walking around the streets in Woollahra in a singlet and a cap backwards, that was a no-no. But it kind of, I came from Newcastle. I didn't have a database in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. I didn't have the money that I'm up against. I'm in the same suburb as Alexander Phillips, the #1 agent in the country. I didn't have the money for the billboards and everything like he did. I had 5,000 friends on Facebook, my personal Facebook. So I learned how to do that pretty well at an early stage. So long before Facebook pages and boosting and ads and all that came around, where we all just ram shit down people's throat. And back then it was talking to my friends. So my content really started out with, hey guys, this is what I'm doing. I thought it was interesting. Some people thought it was interesting, and that's how it pretty much took off. So as a result of that, I went and built Bespoke Media. So that was in 2018. We started basically managing people's pages. And that seemed like a good side hustle. I mean, no one was really doing it at the time. And I thought if I can get about 8 clients, I'd be happy. So I think within 6 months, we picked up a major international network. I've gone from 8 clients to 600, literally overnight. And I had nothing. I had a Google Doc and a Google spreadsheet. And that was pretty much how I was running the company with 600 people. So we quickly had to build us something. And the first version of the portal, you weren't around then, were you guys? No, it was shit. Like it was, I can't believe anyone used it. No, that's pre, it's even pre you guys. Yeah, it was terrible. It turned 6 years old on Valentine's Day, but then we sort of started to move. And what I want to talk to you guys about today is I'm not fighting you guys anymore. I mean, there was not you guys as Agency HQ, but just real estate agents in general. Now, I've been an agent for 21 years. We've got a video in the portal. It's been there for about 4 years, and it's a lead generation video. And I hear the first thing you guys do as an industry is bitch to me about $2,000 a month lead generation campaign companies. Or they burnt me, or I'm buying these leads. But have you ever watched the 27-minute video in there? Nope. You're happy to pay all this money, but you don't want to do the work. There's all the stuff about TikTok video. Hands up, who's on TikTok? Okay, perfect. That's more than I thought it was going to be. But as an industry as a whole, people are not on there, or they're not executing it as well as they should be. And that's where I sort of got to the point towards the end of last year, the portal needed a bit of an upgrade anyway. And I thought, okay, we're moving into the AI stuff. We need to figure out a way, so with my team, to sit there and come back to you, Ronnie, do you like this post? No, I don't like that house, or I don't like the words there. Like, that's not a good use of our guys' time. And to be fair, I hate to say this, guys, a buyer tip on Instagram is not going to get you a listing. Sold boards get you listings. So from a company point of view, it really wasn't making sense to keep doing the management side of things. As Mark said, we got the portal, we put all the images in there, you guys can edit them and all that kind of thing. But again, it still wasn't happening. We gave you a marketing calendar and said, look, this is what you should be posting. That wasn't happening. And mind you, we've got 4,000 clients now in 11 countries. So when I say it's not happening, it's in different parts of the world, it's interesting. But as a whole, I'm just kind of noticing that what's the disconnect? And I think the disconnect is, as agents, we're salespeople. We're not marketing people. We're trying to do the best with the skills that we have, with the education and the stuff that's out there. We know we've got to do this. We don't have the time to do it. We're getting a VA to do it, or it just goes by the wayside. So basically what we've built, Trevor, I'm sorry, I was trying to listen to yours. If there's, put your hand up if there's any anything that crosses over. But I was literally sitting there making changes and updating and publishing as we went. So where the industry is heading. Okay, so AI is no longer optional. It's coming. Now, Mark and I had a chat about this yesterday about where do you want to be in 5 years' time. Now, why is that interesting? Because you guys want to point a difference, number one, in listing presentation. You look at some of the stuff that's come over the last 5 years. Our phone's going to change, our TV's going to change, our laptop's going to change, the way we communicate is going to change, so all the tech's going to have to change. What's your business look like in 5 years' time? And the reason that's important now, I see a lot of people spending ridiculous money on SEO. Has anyone doing SEO marketing at the moment? No, anyone done it? How'd you find it? Yep. Number one, ChatGPT's just knocked Google off its perch. Everyone now is going to ChatGPT for their stuff. Now, I'm going to tell you a little story. It's my favourite story actually at the moment. Does anyone know Elite Agent magazine? Yeah? I'll ask you what you think, but I don't want to hear the answer. Now, the editor of that one, Samantha McLean, is very big on AI. Now, I'll admit I'm probably interested in it, but I started a real estate publication in Australia, Real Estate Today Australia, last year on January 6th. Now, I hustled like a motherfucker to get this thing out of the ground, and it was built on a Wix website. So when anyone says to me, it's hard to build a brand in my area, you don't know, bullshit. I started the same company in New Zealand. I'd never been there. Wix website, Canva logo, 15,000 agents, 5 million people. I knew about 5 people. Number one in 3 months. Australia, number one in 5 months. And there's no art to this stuff. It comes down to just consistency and, like you were talking about, Trevor, visibility. The image on the newsletter, exactly. People may not see on Instagram. I can tell you, anyone who's scared of doing videos, 97% of people are not watching past the first 2 seconds. They just want to see your face pop up. So just get out in the first 3 seconds and then just talk about your day for the rest and you'll be sweet. All right, sorry, where we going? All right, cool. Jazz, what happened? So with Sam, so what we did was, when I talk about where do you want to be in 5 years' time versus today, who uses ChatGPT for the basic of the basics, just to write me a list or write me a description or something like that. So if I can get a bit of a feel where your ChatGPT's at. Yep. How are you guys using it?
Just for add copy and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, add writing.
Yep.
I use it all the time.
Emails.
Yep.
Well, I instruct it to do exactly what I want. So if I'm talking about a local area, for example, the vendor who just sold the house, he wants to know why the house doesn't go over be worth this, more than this. So when it he said, a vendor lives here, this house is selling here, blah, blah, blah. All my council report line. I sent it off to him, he said, oh, load of thanks for taking all the time to do. So, but it was brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing with AI, you train it. So we're going to come to the, if anyone in here has seen the Agency HQ portal that we've currently got, I cannot wait to switch that off very soon. Hopefully after this, we may have to do a couple of tweaks and it'll be live hopefully next week. But guys, I trained that ChatGPT. Sorry, I didn't say I trained it, but I've got this complex that if I'm going to do something, I have to get it to number one, and it's got to be the best it's got to be. And I knew in New Zealand it was kind of they had bits and pieces of an industry publication, but there was nothing really industry specific coming to Australia. Now, I've been in real estate today. I've been in real estate business, I've been in Elite. I know Samantha McLean very well. I know the editors at REB very well. So for me to come into that arena as a sales agent, as a social media guy who does TikToks, to be taken seriously at an industry level was going to be hard. So I had to hustle. And basically I knew what my model was. The lead agent has their model, we have ours, REB has theirs, and we just hammered it home. This is it, like we're for absolutely everyone. We took it to, I think within ChatGPT, I Googled it in May. What is the #1 most engaged and influential real estate industry publication? You can Google that now in your ChatGPT, it'll still come up. We came up. 10 years, Elite's been around. 10 years, real estate business has come around. So how did we get to #1 in 5 months? Now, this is the stuff you need to be thinking about, because as we move forward for Google, social, SEO, if you want to do SEO, YouTube, LinkedIn, your Google My Business, I think you can post on there as well. That stuff will look after your Google accounts. Mobile first, yep, the future is integrated ecosystems, all that kind of stuff, social media consistency. Look, it really does. And it comes down to the content that you put out. Now, what we're going to go, yes, do I have to keep pushing this button every now and then? Yeah, that's it goes like really. There is a difference. We've built a new platform. We've started to schedule content in there for you. So basically, where I'll say that I've stopped fighting with you guys, we've just got a calendar in there with approved. So we've got Agency HQ, we've got Powered by Agency HQ, and we've got those of you who have got a brand of your own. We've got the 3 different options. We've uploaded content in there, so you literally have to just look at it, like it, post it, approve it. It's done, the content's there, it's been scheduled, the caption's written. I need about 3 minutes of your life to schedule a year's worth of content. But we're going to do an exercise today. It's called Sonova. We built this ChatGPT. We've built this AI thing where we're all doing it. You're all going to go and download this app now, and we're going to go through, it'll ask you questions. So Ronnie, it will ask, where do you work? It'll ask, what's the demographic? It'll ask, what's your marketing budget? How many properties did you sell last year? How many did you do this year? What is your owner-occupier versus investor percentage? It'll start to get to know your area, and then what it will do is it will build you out 208 posts for you. Different to you, your Pepper? Yep, different to you guys. Same platform, same training, 2 different outcomes. Because you guys are in Western Sydney, you're up north, the outcome's going to be the same, the images will be different. What goes out will be different. We've got the marketing intelligence part. You're talking about the co-tally, what's my property worth? We're pulling it from about 8 different data sets. We'll come to that, and we're getting up to the last hour data insight, apparently. So that's talking about the content that's going out. RBA announcements, does anyone do those? Send them out. Social media posts, SMSs, what do you guys do for it? What? Yeah, okay. In the local? That's a good point. There's a lot of, like your local, if you're not doing it in the local paper, get in your local community Facebooks. Like I'm in Russcuzz Bay, I'm in the Potts Pointers, the amount of listings that come through there. Guys, we're moving out. Does anyone know a good real estate? I saw about 4 in the last 2 weeks. Does anyone know a good real estate agent to sell? Now, Potts Point's a hard one, and this is where I actually had a bit of fun with my Zonova the other day. 60 or 70% of the population are tenants. So how do you get in front of the homeowners? It actually gave me that, and you'll see it in the tick. So Zonova, so that's basically it. This is what we're going to do. What do you get? You get 208 posts, 300 blog IDs, 500 templates, 52 emails, 12 flyers for letterbox drops. Instantly. Now, just for us, what's that? There's 4,700 templates in the platform. There is 3 brand tiers and 52 weeks, obviously, of the year. That goes without saying, Nick. Yep, there's 3 tiers. Cool. Platforms. No, we're going to go through all that. I'm going to go through all that. Okay, let's do it. So, here do we have it? The main page. Oh, hang on. It is. You do that one and that one there. Nah, it's all right. There we go. Pretty sure, and I can get back to it that way. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is Axiom by Bespoke Media. And this is pretty much when you log in. So everyone, get your phones out. What we're going to do is I want you to type into your Google search bar Axiom, AXION, by bespokemedia.com, I think. May not be right. Yep, Axiom by bespoke.com. AXION, yeah.
Axiom by Bespoke.
That's the one. Is that it? Yeah. There you go. Now, I need you guys to sign up. It's free, by the way. For you guys, it is free. Courtesy of Mark Morrison. Now, give me 2 seconds because I have to approve these coming in the right sector. Where are we? Oh, mate, I've got a fan in here somewhere. No, it's me. I can hear my voice. So when you go to log in, it should probably say waiting for approval or something like that. Sign up, sorry, yeah. Make a password, yeah. So you've got to sign up, not log in. Yeah. No, so this is not an app. So you just go into your Google search bar.
Oh, Google search.
Yeah. Yeah, be approved. Yep. We're going through and doing that now. see here, typing these in, this is how quickly the AI is working. So the agency HQ was not coming up as a brand access. So this is how quickly we can sort of turn the site around. This is what your competitors are doing now. Sorry, competitors. This is what your owners are doing now. We've seen it in especially Sydney and Victoria. I don't know what it is about the Victorian guys. Anyone here from Vic? Okay, TikTok. You guys have got to be on TikTok. Number one, the only state in the country that is selling property through TikTok is Victoria. You guys have sold 12 this year. I don't know. No one else in the country is doing it, but vendors are going on ChatGPT looking for the local agency on that. Yeah, I'm going to do it now. If you bear with me for 2 seconds, just so we can get everyone on, or we'll just I'll bring you guys later. I want to go through this. So might just start doing that. So basically, in your My Dashboard, so when we get back on there, you'll have your own dashboard now. It does start off with the major dashboard. Now we've got the 4,000 people, whatever, across however many states, and that's just pretty much a breakdown. So we've got the live, who's on there live, what they're doing, all that kind of stuff. You probably won't find any value or excitement in that one, but this is ANOVA. So when we get to this point, the first thing I want you all to do when you get on there is go and click that button. So that will start to ask you all these things down here. This is what it's going to give you. And this is basically start my journey. And then it will go in there. Hi, I'm ready to build my profile. I'm a sales agent. Yep. So then go in there, click that one down. So I was hoping Jesse was going to be here because I'll put in an auctioneer, property auctioneer for him as well. I thought you might have been sitting here in the back. So, what's it done? Applied axiom. Start strategy. Shit, I went one too far. Okay. How do you say it? The one I created earlier when they're cooking dinner? The one I created earlier. Okay. Exactly. I'm not sitting here fucking around with this for the rest of the day. Okay, cool. Zenova chat. So 360 degrees, 12-month marketing strategy engine. Welcome, I'm Zenova. I'm so thrilled to be here and help you with your 12-month marketing strategy, blah, 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 blah. I'd also love to know which market you cover, X, Y, Z. So I've gone back and said whatever I've said. I'm Nick, and I work in Potts Point. Yep, great. Great to meet you, Potts Point, such a vibrant energy, the 2011 postcode, historic charm, blah, 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 blah. Tell me, understand your business, the types of properties you primarily handle, and talking you're talking high-end penthouse apartments, terraces, blah, blah, blah. So kind of already knows that in Potts Point, it's terrace houses, it's apartment complexes, and a lot of studio apartments. And how would you describe your brand tone? What's your brand tone? So some people, for me, my brand tone was probably approachable. I like walking down the street. I don't want it too corporate kind of thing, but your own message, however you want to be perceived. And then mostly 1 to 2 bedrooms, approachable and local. There we go. Backing up what I'm saying. It's always a pass. Okay, since you're focusing on 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, who is your ideal client? Now, again, like I was saying, if you know your marketplace, in Potts Point, 60, 70% is investors. So it'll come up to this in the down the way. There's no point going and blanket letterbox dropping Potts Point because you're just getting in front of tenants. That's fascinating challenge, Nick. What's your strengths? My strengths, social media. What's my weaknesses? It's admin. That's okay, great. That's fascinating challenge. Blah 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 blah. Since tracking all those off-sites, bang bang bang, whatever it is. Now the goal, it'll start to ask you about the goal. So 35 listings with a gross commission income of $500,000. Angelo Boris would probably be. So it says here, who is your main competitor? You can actually do a competitor analysis. So see what they're really good at, like what kind of properties they're selling, all the kind of stuff that you probably, this is where I think I've been calling Mark like every day, twice a day, over the last 10 days, is because the way that this thing started to learn, and that's the thing with the AI, the way it started to learn as we've been building this is, it'll come up and show me what Boris does very well. Now, he's very good at the community stuff. He'll get a camera crew, and instead of talking about himself all the time, he'll go into the local cafe, the local chemist, and start to interview them. So he's very good at that. And Vicky Lang, she's been around since Jesus was around, so she's getting all the business anyway. Now, I can't compete on that because I've only been in the area for 10 years. So you kind of got to pick what it is that you do. So there's solid ambitions, 35 sales, $500,000 income, competitive landscape, blah, 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 to round out. Local market feeling right now. What are you seeing from the investors? Because the investors are my demographic. Well, the first home buyers are nervous. They can't buy under 40 square metres, which in Potts Point, Elizabeth Bay, kind of that area. A lot of studio apartments, they're all about, what, 27, 30 square metres. So, yeah. What else do you do marketing-wise? Oh, sorry, people are investors are scared of the interest rate hike that we had. It's put a bit of a dampener on things, and they're not sure whether to sell or wait. I email my database once a week, and I'll drop 10,000 letterbox drops. So my whole marketing plan, I've told it that what do I do? I email my database, I drop 10,000 deals a month, I do social media, and I also support the local under sevens footy team. Perfect. So basically, what's it done? It started to, and I did tweak this, but it started to write my strategy there. So property types, just giving me an analysis of what I've said to it. Since we need to tackle that investor hesitation, the 40 square metre, the educational reel. So it's starting to build my campaign for me. So we've got the educational reel, goal, address the 40 square metre finance issue. Now that's something I'm sitting there reading that. No, I don't really want to bring that up. Because obviously the more people that come through your inspections, the better. Let's leave that. But it'll give you the hook, it'll give you the content, it'll give you everything that you need there. The next one, the investor reality check. Now this you can see here is a weekly email or a blog. The goal, to target the offsite owners, subject line, and it will start to prompt these to build the content for you. So let's move down to this part here. So we've gone through all of that. We're like, yep, so we go back and we start talking to Zenova. I like this, I don't like that. Can we tweak this? Let's not talk about that particular thing there. And then we've got our campaign. So the first thing we're going to do is our foundation. And that is your 12-month calendar, social content, brand consistency, your 12, what's that? Yep, 360 days, 208 posts, letterbox mail merge, we've got 22 going out, blogs, all that kind of stuff, perfect. To break it down per, what would you call it? Yeah, per thing. Let's just go with per thing. Per thing. Sounds like per channel. Let's go with per channel. You can see here, this is your calendar. It's done it for you. All right. That is, in the red, you got the blog, in the blue, you got the email, in the pink, you got your DL, letterbox drops, green, SMS, pink, purple, whatever that is a mail merge. So if we go here, I'm hoping, because I haven't checked this, the red is a what? It's a blog. Please tell me a blog comes up. No? Okay. What was that? Or in the preview. Now, let me do this one. I know why it's hasn't done. There's a link to something else. That's why. Go back there. No, that's not pulled out. It's not pulled through. So there's, okay, there should be a download calendar there. And if we go back in here to the preview, are we in the preview? Yes. Come back to that. Where are we? Go back to you. Sorry, we're having an issue with the live preview. Yeah, no shit. I was going to say, I knew it was working. No, that hasn't. No, I don't know. It's coming up with an error. I'm not sure. Okay, we'll come back to that one. Create. So if we go into create, so what we're replacing is where you guys had in the old portal, you had the content that was just sitting there, just ready to download. Basically what we've got is we've got the social media content center. So this will we'll come to the content in a tick, but this is, you can connect your Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn inside this platform. So you pretty much just go in there, connect Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, TikTok, Snapchat, whatever it is that you use. You can see there your connections button. If there's something in there that you use that is not in there, let us know. It could be Google, and then we just basically put that API in there, and you just marry it up with, you click, it's the same that you do with anything. If you're using Buffer or Schedule or anything like that, you go in there and it'll ask for your password or access, everything like that. That's fine. Everyone gets their own individual account. No one can see yours. You can start composing within here. You can start uploading your content. It'll start to give you a bit of a draft there. We've got videos and reels. Email marketing, there should be all of those in there. Click on that, use the template. Trevor, this is where, I don't know if there'll be marries up here. Not sure if there's any way that these two can talk to make sure that if they're going to do it through the set, you're probably better off doing the email marketing, not through here, but through the CRM, because we're not going to be importing data and all that into here. Content calendar. So this is basically same thing. Mother's Day campaign. So Trevor, where we're talking about the Mother's Day campaign, we've already input all your Christmas, you can see that. So we've got Mother's Day, Father's Day, Easter, Christmas, Halloween. If there's anything else that, that you want to touch, we can do it. Your captions are in there. The images will pull over from the content calendar. You go into your email templates if you want to put out. Now, a Mother's Day campaign, this will all be, if we go to a landing page here, so you all get your own landing page. So there'll be a lead center that will come to, so any leads that you run through will come through to this part of it. So we may need to get something to spit that back to you guys. But that's basically nominate a mum. Now you might want to give an Endota Spa voucher or something like that. You might want to spend $500 on a something, but these campaigns are set and forget. So we've got your email written for you. Now this is what basically makes up your calendar. So this will give you an alert about 7 days and 14 days beforehand. So if you haven't scheduled that content to go out in the calendar, it's a reminder. Ronnie, your Mother's Day thing is coming up in 7 days. Film your content today so it's ready to go out on Mother's Day. And we've got all the scripts and all the stuff in there as well. But it's just to, again, generate those leads. If we go back to here, I won't go through all those. But Father's Day, you guessed it, it's a $500 Bunnings voucher. But you can change all that. That's whatever. No, we've got, what did we use? We fudge ourselves. Delete. No, I think we use it for one of our, name tracker. Yeah, like it's a name picker. There's a couple of free ones. If you just go Google name picker, you just upload everything and put them in and it just like randomly picks one. All right, so. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Right, and this is slowing me up. Is it slow? I don't know. Oh, just to the phone. Oh, right, okay. That's all right. We'll get there. We will get there. Let's go back here. Okay. So with your blog library, you can see in there, I can't even read, that's so small. So there's 300 ideas across 30 categories for your blogs. Now, blogs are good. We talked about the SEO. We're going to come to the most exciting part is in here somewhere. It'll be in resources, marketing intelligence, but that will have the little fields in there that if you're going to do a monthly update about what's happening in your market, it will pull the stats from that with the little fields and they're ready to go. But 30 different articles across 300 different articles across 30 different areas. And then, sweet. Here's what I was looking for. Okay, Agency HQ Social Library. Team, this is where it all lives. So what we're going to do, Mark, I'll sit down with you, maybe Trevor, I'm not sure. We can schedule, you can see over here, we've got the calendar. So this is basically where if you go onto an image here, we go to edit template, you've got the ability to change the image, the text, but not the placements. You can't change, you cannot move that around, you cannot move that around, and you cannot change the colors. So we have just, whatever's in your brand style guides, Mark, they're all locked in. You can see here, you've got the drop the photo. So these are like Canva, anyone use the elements? So you've got the element where you can just drop a photo in, same kind of deal. But you just, when you log in, it'll say somewhere in Zenova, it'll say upload your logo, Agency HQ logo, and your headshot, and it will pre-populate everything across all marketing. So if it's a flyer, we've got signboards and everything in here, it'll just pre-populate that across everything. Go in there, edit template, schedule the post. Now you can see there if you don't want to use, sorry Mark, where I was going with that, we've got the buyer tips, seller tips, would you rather this, polls, open for inspection, and all that kind of thing. We could probably do one for the network. As far as that, there's a workout plan for the network. Schedule that for the network, and then that's where we just click the button. And if you guys want to take that, you can take it. If you want to build your own, there all your different. There's your Mother's Day, Father's Day. You go up the top here, all styles. So you can see that you've got the different types, different colours, light champagne. Still on brand with your brand guidelines, but a different feel. So you can see that what we're trying to do, Ronnie, I know you work in a different market to what the boys in Western Sydney do. You're probably going to want a different look and feel. And that's what we kind of found is with some of the imagery that was in some of the older stuff, it might work for you guys, it doesn't work for you. But this is where it will give you the styling of it, but also you can customize it to what you need as well. And then holiday, seasonal, all that kind of stuff. I'm not going to go through it. You guys know what content looks like. Brand hub. Okay, that's where it is. Okay, so Agency HQ, branded, sub-branded, and full branded. Would I be right, Mark? Is that the correct customer? Yep. So your name, your core market area, your contact, your preview, your title, headshot, upload that into one, and as you can see there at the bottom, save profile and apply across all materials. So we can't make this any easier for you. And then we have the variant, I'm going to go into that. Print and signage. No, I'm not going to go into that one. It hasn't done it. Okay. Now, resources. You boys touched on it, your community marketing. Anyone else here doing local community? Newsletters, bulletins, fates, under sevens. No? Local Facebook community groups. How do you find them? Now, you look at PR. Now, PR is, in my opinion, is any third person talking about you in a positive way. And that is so powerful to get someone else saying that you're doing a good job. Now, whether you pay for it or not is irrelevant. There are people out there that will do it for free. But find out who it is in your local area, because if you can build a relationship with someone with authority, though, there's no point going down to Betty, who's at bingo every Thursday night. Actually, no, Betty's probably the one that's biggest influencer. Yeah, Betty does talk to everyone. But you know what I mean? There's probably no point just when I say about build your brand for 2030, you don't have to be everywhere. You've just got to pick your marketing strategy that's going to work, and that'll come up with your 12-month plan, and just stick to it. It might be the local rag. It might be having that big banner on the footy field, whatever it is, but you've got to do all of this stuff because agents are getting smarter and smarter and smarter. The tech in this shit, I only learned how to use this platform 9 days ago. And what it's spitting out already is, look, it's quite scary, but you've got to get ahead of it. Listing presentation kits, Mark, I don't know if you want to have these uploaded there. They're not in here because I haven't got your stuff, but we can do that. We can have the photos and descriptions and all that kind of stuff in there as well, if you like. Now, market intelligence, this is where I'm very excited. Data source from 8 official sources, and it names them up the top there. Now, with Cotality, I think you can see that they were about 6 weeks or so behind, but that's pretty much where we're pulling all the data from, live. And you can see here, I haven't updated this one, just demo site, but you've got updated just now, and you can do the refresh. So if you've been a week, or it's been whatever since you've last logged in, jump in there, refresh, and it'll pull. Now, it's only as good as the data as what these guys have, but it'll be the latest data you can get. Select the suburb. So let's just go to Mossman. You want to know what's happening in Mossman? Okay, we'll just go with this one. Okay. So it hasn't pulled through, but what we've done while I was sitting there where Trevor was talking, this here, instead of having the blue dashboard, that will have an image behind it. So you've got the ability there to go in there, change the image. These color palettes here, they've been removed, so that it's only going to be the gold, the black, the white, whatever is in the color palette with the font as well. And then you can see Mossman Market Update, your name, your local area. Now that is a Instagram post ready to go. It's a Instagram story ready to go. It's a video script. So if you like me, I couldn't be fucked putting an image on Instagram. Everyone knows my spelling and grammar is shit. I'll much do a video. I think I come across better on video. Video is the #1 performing piece of content. And if you're sitting out there spitting out facts like this, it's going to make you look like the local expert, and you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, which is great. But that will pull all the data from these over here. Now, what we've got is, I've just put this in this morning, RBA Day. You guys were doing the Instagram post, did you say? We've got an API set up from the Reserve Bank within 2 minutes of the Reserve Bank making the formal announcement. Axiom will pick up the data, and then there'll be another tab at the top here, which will have RBA announcement, and then that will have the same thing. It will have whatever the RBA announcement is in here. There'll be another tab there, and then it'll have, with your post, it'll have the RBA's announcement there, ready to go. So within 2 minutes of the RBA announcement, you've got branded content ready to go, or you've got a video as well. Up here, market analysis, competitor analysis. So Ray White's, I think this is my area. That's market share. We can grow on this if you want. I'm not really sure how much you can get from an agent that's not public apart from listings and days on market. But look, if there's something out there, we'll do it. Buyer agents, are there buyer agents in the room? Nope. Cool. Training. Now we've got a lot of courses, little short courses. We've got Accelerator coming as well. If you're an agent who's been away on holidays or listings are a little bit slow, you just need that 30-day kick in to get going. We've got that as well. But we've got roll call with AI. So you can go with an AI simulator tweak it a little bit more just with some of the training, the prompts, so if like objections and all that kind of stuff. But you can convert a cold call into appraisal, win the listing, you can speak to it. So there'll be a microphone within this, so you can speak to it. You don't actually have to sit there and type. And you can start doing role-playing progress. You can start doing listing presentation role plays based with the AI. Put in every objection. You might have been to a listing and fuck, I didn't know how to answer that one. It'll tell you. Certificates, don't worry about that. Team performance, don't know if you want to do it, but there's the ability there if you want to have a little bit of a team thing going. But what we've decided to do, because we are in so many countries, we're probably only going to look at Australia and New Zealand for now. But I find the hardest part about working from home, the hardest part about working for yourself is I've got no one to drive me. I've got no one to, like I know when I was in the office, there was Sam Towndrow, and we were doing the Josh Fegan thing, and I think every day you had to do the hour of power and you had to monitor it and all that kind of thing. If he picked up an appraisal and I could hear it, I wasn't getting off the phone until I beat him. And it was just that kind of healthy competition. So what we've got with this one, it's our very first one next month. It'll be the first Thursday of every month across Australia and New Zealand. So there'll be an hour of power, and you go in and you log your calls or your appointments, appraisals. Now, I'm aware of the fact that people will bullshit. So what we've got, if you do get in the top, I think 10, you've got to submit your screenshots. Otherwise, you don't go in and get the badge and leadership board and all that kind of stuff. But this is just something to try and get those of you who are, I'm not making any calls, have a dedicated time for your calls. It's going to be across the two. You're going to see people who are doing it. You're going to see that live tally board of, Ronnie's made 30 calls, or she's booked her third appraisal, and it's that kind of thing that will start to hopefully to edge up and get some prospecting done, grow, property showcase. Now, what we're going to do are these. Yep, we're going to be doing a national. We've got a couple of things that we're doing. Is that national lead generation and national property marketing. Now, the reason that we're doing it is I see a lot of these marketing agencies, they'll go out there and they'll just do a $200 boost around a particular area. I'm very aware of the fact that we've got algorithms, and if we can start to build algorithms around, let's say, rural properties, then we can run ads with targeted audiences like that you may not have. If it's luxury properties, it may not be in your area. We're going to have a national database of an algorithm. So we're going to be doing that, but you can see here a weekend booster. Now, it's $49. What you're not getting is individual reporting. So this is how we're able to do that. You'll get a national report of the conversions, the link clicks, the presence, and all that kind of stuff. So why is that important? This is a tool for you to use in your listing presentation. Hey, we're going to put you on the Bespoke Property Showcase. Well, what's that? It's a national social database. You can see here it had a million views last month, and it will have rural, 220,000 link clicks. I'm not sure if it has how many properties, but it becomes a report that you can actually put into your listing kit. Weekend boost up, $49. What are we all doing on a long weekend? Everyone's out partying. They're on socials. For $49, you can just do a cheeky little three-day post. That could be a pre-listing, it could be over a long weekend, or something along the lines of, hey, we're 2 weeks out from auction, I haven't got a buyer. You need to show the owner that you're doing something, they don't want to spend any more money. Okay, bang, we're going to do a 3-day boost. What else? The team performance, lead marketplace, no. Own a suburb. So this one is, again, we're going to be doing the lead gen. Coming back to what you were saying, Trevor, about the what's my property worth. Yes, we've got that as well, but I personally, is anyone using that, the what's your property worth? How are you finding the results?
That local magazine I mentioned, we only got one person.
Yep. Because the fella that you got in Wingham, he's blowing up, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's one of those things you probably don't want to hedge all your bets on that, because once you've marketed that in your area, probably for 30 days, milked it for a good 6 months. So you still come back to it because everyone wants an update, but you probably milked it. So what we're going to do is we've got I think we've got about 50 campaigns that we're going to be running from Axion. So we're running it. We're not a real estate office, but we're real estate specialists. We work with the industry. We source all the information. So this kind of stuff is going to be available to the public. We're not an agent. We source all our data from these people. If you've secured that particular suburb, the lead automatically comes through to you. There's none of this, lead pools and all that kind of thing, the 100 leads in 90 days. There's none of that where it's, your lead's being sold to someone else. It's all done through the back end AI. We wouldn't even have a clue who's getting it, but that goes in there. Referral, don't need that. Clubhouse, don't need that. My life, look, if anyone wants to do their shopping lists in here, go for it. Someone asked me. Okay, partner network, Aussie for agents, no, upgrade. No, that's not applicable to you. So guys, I think the main section with this one is it's the calendar for content. The first thing I want you to do when I go and approve all your your accounts, mate, I wanted to do it today. I can't get in there to get it to come through, I'm sorry. But the first thing I want you guys to do is to go to Axion because you saw that calendar filled up. Now that's all the blogs that are in there, all the social posts that are in it. You don't have to do it. But even if it's just that you can download the PDF and see what you could be doing, what you should be doing, go and do that. Like, please go and do that first. It'll take you less than 10 minutes. It'll spit it all out. And then imagine if by the end, you go home tonight, have a glass of wine, have a beer, fill it in, and your whole campaign, your blogs, your emails to your database, your social media posts, it'll give you ideas what to pitch to the PR. It'll ask who the PR people are. And the thing with PR is, for me, with real estate today, I don't give a fuck about your 3-bedroom house that Beryl owned and had 90 cats. That's not what my readership care about. My readership care about, did you sell a place on TikTok? So it'll actually, for the PR stuff, it'll say, who are you speaking to? What's their audience? And then it'll start to spit out, well, here's some content ideas as well. The more you're out there, the more visible you're going to get. So Zenova, the content calendar, guys, they're probably the two main ones I want you to have a look at. And yeah, it's on the phone. So when we do log you in, add it as a bookmark to your phone, and then it'll be a little app thing.
And you'll approve all those tonight?
Yeah. It was literally working when I left home down the road. Like every time I pushed like refresh or publish, it was in 2 seconds. But since I was down the back there, it just hasn't pulled it through. But no, that's all in there. It actually does look a lot better than that.
It is good, guys. I was playing with the other day, like just as a network level and programs. And I know, like for example, like Simon would talk about what can I do to build into Northern Territory. Aaron, for example, with Sundays starting a brand completely new. That's the sort of stuff you start programming in there, and it's there, right? And it's all stuff to say, okay, this is who are you, what's your experience, and it actually does build it out for you.
But you know what? Be honest with it, because it doesn't care. It doesn't care about, hey, look, I've been slack. It doesn't. I did it with something else that we built the other day. Even with Bespoke, I've been so slack with marketing my own company over the last 2 years because I've been flat out trying to build something else. And I use this for myself. It was literally like, I've been quiet for 2 years. Number one, what's the industry perception going to look like if all of a sudden I bounce back? It's like, Nick needs some cash. I was like, no, it's the 6th anniversary. But that's what I mean about be honest with it. Because if you have been a little bit slow, if you are losing to your competitors on price, it'll start, that's where the cold calls and all that start to come from. That Zenova is everything. Like that will literally set you up on the right path. And that's the last, just please be honest with that one because it will set you up on the right path.
Any questions for Nick on that? Now then, I know what's going to happen though. When you do, like, everyone log in and they'll go, how this, what's that, what's the best way for questions? Because you're a busy man and you're hard to get, because I know everyone goes, but we're trying to get that Nick Friend guy. And
I was going, I actually can say it in the room. Ronnie, block your ears for a second. Who has called or emailed me and hasn't heard back in a couple of days, a couple of weeks? So Ronnie, you didn't hear that, but I think I'm safe for the most part. Oh, mate, let's not try. Let's move on. I've gone back. I've gone back. But no, exactly. And this is again knowing the limitations of our team and myself is the fact that when you want answers, you want them now. And so there's the Chat GPT little chat buzz. Like down here, you'll see how can I help you today? Anything that you need to know on where do I find this, where do I find this, where do I find this, that has been taught to link everything back. So the first thing, if you need to find something or need to know where it's at, go and click that button. And then, yeah, it's, look, if you can get it out of your vendor, get it out of your vendor. If you can't, 49 bucks, whatever it is, yeah. Uh,
Where we see where all we're going with this and the whole thing is ultimately, um, like when you start at the beginning of the day of REA and the lead generation coming through to our CRM, which leads into all of this. It's just a place where um, the world's evolving to, right? Where it's all here. I mean, basically, we should be able to, but I think the one thing that comes through all this, and we'll just do it in the planning in a minute, is the most important thing is it's consistency again. If you look at anything, like you still had two, 5 years. One day they go, oh, I'm going to sell a house, and they pick up, and you just happen to be the guy that day who put his deal in there, and you go, oh, well, call him, and away you go, right? And that was the luck of the draw for DLs. Now most people, I don't think I've opened my letterbox in I don't know how long actually. So, and so I think those sort of days, but the socials and the slides again, that's that brand awareness thing again that no one's going to pay real attention until the day I'm going to sell my house, and then that's the day it's going to be, oh, yeah, Ian Pepper, I see him every time, bloody on Facebook or Instagram or whatever. I'll get Ian in to call me. It's just one of those brand awareness things but you've got to be keeping there. You've got to show up all the time. I mean, everyone knows, and I used to say it when I was with McGrath. You know, they had the top 20 every year, and if you had to look at all those personalities, and they're all writing well over me in the GCR. There was not one personality. One of them was like the most gregarious. One guy I remember, and he's the loveliest guy. But honestly, the chair had more personality. But he was just a great writer, and it was just Nick knows. But it's just there is. But a lot of
Yep.
what was happening was they'd show up every day. They do the work. They were consistent, and they knew their product, and they just kept going. Just kept going and going, and that's what it is. So many people, the old picture of 3 meters out from hitting the goal, and the guy quits, and we've all seen that. And that's for so many people in real estate, right? It's a high turnover business, it's a high turnover industry. Everyone sees selling sunset, and they want to drive a big car and get in the trouble with the tax man and go see Sanjeev, but it doesn't work that way, right?
Yep.
The reality is you've got to do your hard yards, and you've got to do it step by step by step. If we do that, it is good. And these tools are great. To have that all set and forget is great. To put together a marketing campaign and tell it the truth, like this is no one else sees it but you anyway.
No, no.
So tell it everything you want and just get it out there and
Yep.
do it. I do love too the Hour of Power, guys. It is something that if you're there, click on, be a part of it. It's great. You're not alone, right? It's just you out there calling people and something to say. Okay, well, I'll get on the phone. I know this is going to happen with a bunch of people, and have a go. Even if you make one call, it doesn't matter. Get on there and do it. It's just a way to prompt you and be real estate and get the things done.
Yeah, now, sorry, if I can, just 2 seconds.
Go for it,
I found this, and this is what I was trying to find earlier. Now, I think it's locked in yours for some reason. I don't know. I've got the boys. You can see here the top, the left-hand corner is Axion. So we were just in Agency HQ. So this is the foundation where we put in, you can see in Zenova, it's in the same thing for mine on both accounts. The 12-month calendar, perfect. But there is your social media posts. You can see there that they're scheduled. Jump into those, template them, whereas the social media ads, if you want to run an ad, we've got all those different templates there with the photos, and that's where you can go in. So you can see here, auction campaign countdown. That could be something like a $49 boost. All the information there, and hopefully it'll pull from your CRM. Where are we go? Up the top. letterbox drops in there. Or your email marketing. Week 1, Potts Point, market update. Week 2, market update, market update, market update, Potts Point. Market up, it's pulling from from the marketing intelligence. What's this one? Articles, all those articles pre-written. So yeah, like I said, jump in. We'll unlock it. Jump in, play with it. Less than sell heaps.
How many networks have this?
Yeah, fair enough. You guys are the first, so no other network globally has this yet. So we are rolling it out with another one, probably in about 6 weeks, 6-8 weeks. But this is just the first phase. Like there is a lot of stuff that's going to be coming in this space. So yeah, that's all I got. 49 bucks a month. Now I'm going to be straight up about this one because I don't want any bullshit down the track. We are not guaranteed leads. It's basically, and not every campaign is to find a seller for today. I'm going to say that one again. Not every campaign is to find a seller for today. And that's because the campaigns that we're going to do, if anyone did the Selling in Spring Starts in Winter campaign last year, that is a campaign that is designed to find a seller. To find someone who is, I want that booklet because I want to know what to do to get my home ready for sale. Now that is the sort of shit that you put into Zenova as far as I liked that campaign. I want to find sellers now. What's my property worth? I'm just going to say, you're probably not going to find a seller. I want to know what my price is worth. I'm not selling. There's stuff in there as far as, are you selling after Christmas? A lot of people wait for the kids to finish school. Yep, great. You might want to start running that in September, October. That is a lead generation campaign. The rest of them, buyer tips, seller tips, download this. If we are running a how to buy your first home or the top 20 tip, whatever it is, even if it's just a download, that lead will still come through to you. And there is on the bottom of our forward-facing site, we are a real estate marketing agency and we have relationships with local experts in your area. Someone may reach out to you for a confidential chat or something like that. So there is a disclaimer that says if they give us their details, that someone might be in touch. But we're running different kind of campaigns, not that what's my property worth consistently and consistently and consistently. So, that's it.
Any other questions for me? No. Mate, I know he gets a lot of easy. I'm getting emails and texts at all sorts of weird hours. I know he's working 7 days.
I apologise about that one the other week at 2 o'clock. That was not supposed to happen.
But you know what? It's great, and I know he's passionate about it, and it's great, and it's great when anyone's got it. So take advantage of it. It's there for you. Just another great tool as part of our network. So thanks again, mate. Always appreciate it.
You know what happened? I sent you something, and I was still working at 2 o'clock in the morning, and I've gone to copy to put it in ChatGPT or something like that. But because I've got voice listening on everything, just so I don't have to type, I'm talking to ChatGPT and it was picking up on the phone.
Yeah. Guys, you just want to quickly go through this so you can get out of here rather than have a break and do it. It's up to you. Yep.
Guys, can we just get
Yes.
this one here up on
Yeah.
the screen, please?
Okay, yeah.
That one there, yeah. Just the,
Oh,
right at the
that's
end.
the next one.
Yeah, right down
No,
the end.
that's the next one, I think.
That's it.
One second. Learn how to do this thing, no.
Change over the 300. Very good. Just on this briefly, and have a look again, obviously, as you go through, refine it, and again, when you're, when you go through and Nick approves this and we get you all on board, have a look at your campaigns, and come back to this again. I just wanted to go through because I do think it's important for all of us all the time to set some goals. Try and we're going to do it. So let's look at here. First of all, just want to fill it in there. Your role in the team. I know sometimes it might be as simple as agent, but like team leader, team, whoever it is, what's your role in the team? thing is, we all should love what we do. So, what you enjoy about your that's different for so many different people. Most of us love getting out there and some of us obviously, some of us love sales, some of us hate admin, most of us probably. But again, everyone's got their what they love. So what would make that role better? And you don't have to, go full details today. We can go into this again and have a chat. But just think about what you could do to make that better. What are the things that you could do? So if you're look, I do love getting out there and things, but I things. Okay, so how would you would you hire someone to go and do your cold calling for you? One of the calling companies. Would you, start doing some courses? There's on an overview you just saw there. There's lead objection. You can start talking to them and going and doing objection and role play in there with this with the machine. So you don't have to even worry about it. Yeah, one of our biggest clients, we've got third party, we do auctions for. Simon Pilcher used to meet every week with the guy called Michael Clark, who's got one of the big agencies over in Manly. When we were in McGrath, and they used to meet for breakfast once a week, and they used to do role play. And it works, right? All these things, if you're going to be successful, if you're going to be big, they're all the things you've got to do, and that's what you've got to do to make it better. Personal goals, and this talks about a little bit of what Sanjeev was talking about earlier, setting some goals, setting some targets. So, income goal, I'm not a believer in, we're in real estate, work-life balance, so I'll put that in there in the sense of we go back again and talk back to what Sanjeev talked about. So, we work hard for 8 or 9 months. What are we going to do with the other 3 months, right? So to me, in real estate, the balance is, hey, if we do all that and I do really well, then let's have a trip overseas and do something. Or enjoy my family, but they also understand that for the 8 or 9 months I'm in this business, I'm in it. I'm fine working out, so cool. I do this, I do that, I do my appraisals at night time, and I come home, crash out, off zen, whatever. So that's what I'm talking about. One sentence goal for 2026, I want to be number one in my area. 20 sales could be you. Business, you know what you want to achieve. Small one. We all know, taught state 101. So if we say, I want to make 4 sales a month. Okay, so what's that mean? You've always got to work backwards. So we start at 4 sales a month. That means I know to sell 4 because of my ratio. I've got 6 listings there, so I've got 6. I'll sell 4 of those 6. Now then, to get 6 listings, I know I've got to have how many appraisals to get those 6 listings. I've got a 75% kick-through rate when I go from appraisal. I get that, so I'll need to be at least 15 appraisals a month. Then, okay, so to get 15 appraisals a month, what do I have to do to get 15 appraisals a month? I've got to have 500 cold calls, I've got to do 300 door knocks, I've got to do, that's how you get to your goals, right? So set your goals, be realistic, but those goals come back from those targets here. So you set your GCI, your deals per month, they're all good, but be realistic about what you're going to do to get them. So if you're only making 2 sales a month and because you're only carrying 4 listings, because you're only like to go and get so many appraisals, that's fine. It's all you, it's just for you, it's not for me. But remember, setting that up is all about what you're going to do in the back end. We used to have the old 3-month calendar at McGrath when we used to do the sales management roles. And we always knew as a sales manager, someone come in and they'd have all their bottom here. There's nothing in this column here about how we're going to get appraisals. There's going to be nothing in the in the goal end down here at the bottom of the bottle about sales, right? So it's all about what we're doing, our activity all the time. And again, it comes back to what Nick was just talking about, Axiom, all the things we can do. Next page. what's working now and what we need to improve. It's always good, again, to take a stock check, right? What we can do now and what we can do to improve. My big thing this year, if we're going, is complacency is the opposite of growth, right? We can't grow if we're complacent, if we're not doing anything to go. We've got to keep on building, we've got to keep on changing it up, because if we sit there and keep on doing the same things, no matter how successful it is today, as we've just talked about with everything that's coming up on the back end, no matter what you're doing today, someone's going to be better tomorrow. And that's just the fact of life, right? They always say about why is an Olympic champion when they get a gold medal in tears? It's not because they've just won, it's because where do I go from here, right? They've reached the top. So it's what are you going to do? How can we improve it? And you know, we know this is really working well at the moment. You know, it's great on the newspaper, so maybe what we can do to improve that is to go, I don't know, you know, beyond the paper, the local paper, we then do like mix of the under-7s as well, and we talk about the under-7s footy team in that and go through. What's slowing you down? With most of us, it's us, right? It's procrastination. It's about, I'm going to call, I'm going to wake up tomorrow, I'm going to call, I'm going to go do this, I'm going to do that. You wake up tomorrow and you go, oh, yeah, maybe I'll call today. Maybe I'll just, and it's true, right? Well, I'm the same way. There's some days, but you just got to push through it. You've got to get going and stop what's slowing you down. And, you know, just do it. Skills you want to improve on, again, that's why I like the hour of power and things like that. You know, just get better at cold calling. Just to get better at building what you need to improve. If it's just conversations, most of us is just objections and that type of thing. Getting to know our community. Most of you I know in here are very good. Look, the great thing about all of you is you're all personal. You all know your area. You all know the people. You all got a great database. You all got a good network. It's just going out there and taking advantage of it. You know, I know Ronnie Lee knows everyone in Port Douglas, for example. So, you know, take advantage of it. Support you need from our team. If there's something we're not doing, I think we've got the best value in the industry, personally. I've looked around. If there's anything we don't know, I always run this by Nick as a BS test, but mate, we have got everything, haven't we? There is nothing we don't offer.
Look, there's nothing. And this is, like, everyone's been approved, by the way, that's come through that. It's slowly starting to update, but there's nothing that you don't have. And there's nothing that you don't have that you don't need, put it that way. There's a lot of networks, and we work with quite a few of them, that have got a lot of shit that you will never use. Everything that you'll build on the CRM side and this side is actually to grow your business. And like I said, it comes down to you. Do it, don't do it, but don't complain about the results you get by the work you did there.
But certainly, look, if there's anything, guys, you can do, and if we can do it, hey, I'm always happy to look at it. 90-day action plan, so we can all talk about it today, and we can say that was a bit of fun, that was interesting, that was good. Throw the plan in the bin and go home and say, okay, who's playing footy on the weekend, or we could do something with what we got today, right? And that's just the reality of it. So, what are our top 3 priorities for the next 90 days? And what will they be? Is that, okay, I'm going to set my goals. I'm going to start doing one activity I've never done before. Maybe that's, you know what, I hate door knocking, but as of next Monday, I'm going to go out and just 10 a day. Just 10 a day is all you need. Just start on 10 a day. Door knock, leave a DL, have a chat, move on. And if you do your first 10, you feel good, do the next 10. Or go find a street where you know someone's just listed. Do your deal and your door knocking around that. You know, always, right? History tells us someone's just listed, go and door knock around it. Who knows? Maybe 10 other agents have done it, but they might like you better. Just go in there and do something. Do something different, set a goal, get into a habit. And that's the habit that will improve or change. And they're the sort of things that you've got to work on. If you're going to improve your business, get in there and do it. If you're genuine about it, if you want to become good, if you want to get out there and be a $1 million writer, that's the sort of stuff you've got to do. Team contribution and culture. To your team, if it's just you at the moment, or how you're going to do, what you're going to do, maybe grow one. Again, we talked about it earlier with Sanjeev and you know, putting an associate on. I pretty much can guarantee if you're around about the 250, 300 GCI and you want to get to the $1 million GCI, You're going to have to put someone on. That's an investment you're going to have to make, but it will work. You get the right person, and you will get to that $1 million GCI. You want to get above that, you're probably going to have to put another person on, right? That's how you build your team, slowly with the right people, and you grow. But you can do it, and if you get the right person, it works. So Mo, with Jimmy, we'll say X and X, who have got a great team, and it just shows that, right? No, honestly, you two are doing a great job together and building, and Mo's just been in business not that long, but already he's the one going out there getting the leads and door knocking and talking to people and having a chat in the local community, and they already love him, and he's throwing leads out the door. So yeah, it works, right? So commitment check, something I have to do here again. What's your motivation level for 2026? Is it high? Is it something you hear you going, you know, this is my year, 2026, I'm going to go for it. Yeah, it's and look, we can all sit back, we can all go, oh, you know, Albo's been in since here. I started and you know, COVID hit. You know, everyone, you know, I don't know, there's been another stabbing in Western Sydney. I don't know, this whatever it is. Yeah, we could every day wake up and you know, I used to laugh at John McGrath years ago when he said, I never read the news. Oh, these days I don't read the news either. I really don't. I might get some headlines, but it's like, you know what? I can sit there, I don't listen to any of those talk shows, the TGBs or any of that sort of stuff, because all it is just this constant grind about anything that's negative. And it's like, nah, I'd just rather listen to Spotify. I can get my own podcast. I've got audio books. I've got, you know, that's what I listen to, because to me, I keep positive, do my workouts, keep positive, and the rest of the real world can go away. Because to me, this is my focus, this is my goal, my baby, you're my babies, and that's it, right? That's my life. What would make this a 10 in 2026? And that's what you've got to say. What is it now? If your motivation is not already a 10, what will make it a 10? What will get you there in 2026? A Porsche. There you go. And then you've got to see Sanjeev about that, okay? Because he's going to write it off for you and do the tax and do the whole thing. Yeah, okay, and he does have a strategy for that, okay? So there you go. Yes. Guys, is there anything we haven't covered today that you'd like to cover, that you'd like to chat about even more? Honestly, love having you in the network. I love doing this every year, and I'm glad more and more we're getting people here every year. And it's so good to have you all in this room. And also the people streaming there, and our little video. It's always a bit strange talking to you, but that's okay. But you know, and that's the beauty of the network, that we can do it both ways, that people log on and they participate at every level. And except none of you eat food. I'm just a bit worried about all of you, because I've got so much left there. I don't know what they're going to do for the next 6 months. But anyway, it's been a real pleasure, and I really appreciate everyone there for, like I say, Northern Territory, Far North Queensland, Victoria, even Stanwell Park and Blacktown. We love coming in everywhere from all over Sydney. That's been great, and I appreciate everything that you do for the network, and we hope you're with us for a long, long time. Tell everyone about us, because we need to grow too, and have a great 2026. We'll see you all again in 2027. We'll see you before that. Good work. Well done. Thank you. Eat. Group shot. Yeah, group shot, everyone. Where Chantel's here. Group shot. With the trophy. Yes, definitely with the trophy. Come on, yes, you're in the two.
Sorry, trying to hide under you.
Can you put ages?
Yes, I'll just trying to find that.
Yeah, we're going to get
the. Do you want the same, not the same welcome?
you can do
that welcome one?
What slide do you want on there? Any slide?
I think turn it off because the reflection of the.
Oh, okay, turn it off altogether.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah, arrange your all.
Come on, Nick. Come here. Trev, come on. Trev. down the front, and down the front you can hold the trophy. Ronnie can hold the trophy. You down the front, come on. Hi. That's all right.
Oh, now you're hiding. Yeah, sure. And then move it more. Yep. 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 Oh, no, I can't see it. But
She usually hides, you're not going to see it.
maybe come forward. Everyone's so camera shy, it's like real estate agents.
Speak for yourself.
Now it's time for you to come to.
You?
Yeah.
Me?
Sorry, I don't know names. Yes.
Ronnie?
Yes, Ronnie. Come to the right. And then.
Yes.
Yep. Come to the right. Mark. Bit more to the right. Perfect.
Just cover that REB logo.
Cover it up.
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
Thanks. Chantel, by the way, is a great. She comes and does all the socials and whatever, and if ever you want her in places in Sydney anyway. I can't help you around the rest of the country. In Sydney, she's brilliant. Just so we know.
Oh, thank you.
Oops, that way. Can't see, can't see.
Turn this, yeah.